His rage and despair finally erupt, gasping for air amidst the brutal onslaught. The remaining warriors glare upward, unleashing a defiant, visceral cry into the storm. The Alliance leader's devastating power washes over the scene, forcing his attackers into a defensive frenzy. The fierce combat intensifies as the ice energy clashes against the incoming attacks. The torrent of rain obscured the aftermath, but the dark, viscous fluid suggested a devastating strike. The ice shards fly as raw fury erupts in a brutal clash. His face, bruised and wild-eyed, focused entirely on the chilling power of his weapon. The sheer violence of the assault culminates, driving a pained cry from the afflicted. Under the driving rain, a guttural sound escaped the defeated warrior's lips. The vengeful resolve of the Mirim Alliance leaders solidified, their mission clear. A raw, bloodshot eye stared through the downpour, reflecting agonizing loss. The crushing defeat of the envoy signals a violent storm of retribution is coming. With sheer desperation, the warrior cried out, refusing to yield any ground. The finality of betrayal solidified into a blazing, relentless fury behind those crimson-stained eyes. The brutal finality of the exchange was echoed in the sharp, sickening sound of impact. The monstrous shadow lunged, fueled by dark energy, and the sound of its terrible impact echoed. Despite his grievous wounds, his eyes burned with an unyielding resolve amidst the chilling rain. The Mirim leader stands amidst the chaos, his face a mask of grim resolve. The Alliance leader questions the nature of the force he is facing. The master stood ready, his sheer presence vibrating in the pouring rain. The disastrous news sinks in. The envoy sent to negotiate has been utterly destroyed. Despite his battered state, a wild, resolute grin splits his bloodied face. Amidst the downpour, the executioners advanced, determined to silence any witness. His promise shattered, his resolve hardened under the cold rain. The masked assassins closed in, their glowing eyes promising retribution for the failed negotiation. With their mission declared, the final steps were taken into the downpour. The woman stood aghast in the downpour, her plea met with utter rejection. The father offered a final, cold ultimatum under the falling rain. The ruthless Alliance leader stared down, his imposing presence overwhelming the remaining guards as reinforcements arrived. The devastating power of the ice pavilion was laid bare. As the rain washed over the fallen, she recoiled, her attention fixed on the imposing figure, sensing his weighty presence amidst the downpour. Unknown heir after 3 attempts, beneath the relentless downpour, a furious, guttural roar echoes the depth of his outrage. A fierce, decisive strike splits the frame, reflecting the absolute rage that now consumes him. His desperate last stand had failed, confirming the utter destruction. The vengeful warrior brings down a fierce, shimmering strike in the driving rain. The brutal clash resulted in a sickening impact, marked by a sharp cry. His plea was swallowed by the downpour as the finality of the situation crashed down upon him. The defiant warrior stands over the fallen, his commitment absolute. He will fight no more for the deception. The true power behind the ice pavilion was formidable, but their arrogance remained unchecked. The master's grim decree finalized. The remnants of the envoy were ordered eliminated. The clash of steel intensifies as the overwhelming power of the ice pavilion engulfs the scene. His resolve hardened despite the desperate situation and overwhelming odds. The ice pavilion members were utterly devastated, their forces torn apart in the brutal onslaught. The final moments of the fallen envoy played out under a cold, unforgiving rain. As her father disowned her, her world shattered under the cold rain. The father, imposing and illuminated, accepts his daughter's devastating choice with chilling finality. The defeated warrior, accepting his fate, echoes a final, resolute vow against the storm. With his family's decision made, the leader takes his seat, a chilling finality settling over the throne room. As the final decree was issued, the imposing figure turned away, leaving the dust of betrayal behind. The kneeling subordinate pleads, trapped between loyalty and the horrifying reality of their annihilation. The raw force of the attack descends, shattering all resistance with a blinding flash of cold energy. The ice pavilion members, even after being told to stand down, unleashed their terrifying power in a stunning blue burst. The enraged father's final decree rings out, silencing the betrayal. The weight of that devastating defeat settled heavily upon him. Facing utter annihilation, a final declaration ignites with icy resolve. The weight of their defeat settles heavily, but the promise of vengeance burns brighter than any regret. The bitter wind howled over the snowy ruins of the battlefield, echoing the victor's exhausted breath. Drained and broken, Sial Mudak wonders if his ultimate sacrifice was all for nothing. Despite conquering the central plains, Sial Mudak felt only emptiness. Clutching his sword amidst the falling snow, the cold, white-haired master stands resolute, his eyes burning with fierce, cold power. The vanquished warrior could only silently question the betrayal that led to this devastating defeat. The assembled experts, summoned by a voice from the sky, began to question their sudden summons. His inner power depleted, he stood wounded under the falling snow, a silent victor. The brutal culmination of the great blood battle left the Northern Sea Palace master stained with the cost of victory. The great blood battle ended, cementing Sial Mudak as the uncontested ruler. The palace master gathers his waning inner power, fueled only by his desperate promise. The Northern Sea Palace master's victory is absolute, yet the dying man questions his tragic culmination. Sial Mudak's triumphant moment was immediately eclipsed by agonizing loss. Echoing Wan's name as she fell, that flash of overwhelming power had delivered the final, devastating blow. The Northern Sea Palace master, Sial Mudak, stared down, the weight of his depleted power a crushing reality. The bloody conflict had ended, securing Sial Mudak's iron grip. The immense pressure of his victory faded, leaving only the chilling night air. He simply gazed at the moon calmly. Under the dark, quiet night, the Northern Sea Palace stands, a testament to his hard-won dominion. All that is left for me now is this flower. He focused intently, hoping to see a sign of their connection. Sial Mudak, unmoved by his conquest, fixes his gaze upon the single remaining symbol of his lost love. Even as he prepared his next move, a small sound interrupted the palace master's focus. Returning to the present, a retainer excitedly presents the newly bloomed, glowing flower. Sial Mudak could only stare, completely stunned by the impossible sight before him. Wan gazed at the radiant bloom, the visual proof of their shared devotion, tears welling up. The attendant, overcome with emotion, could only manage a choked affirmation. Grasping the vase containing the miracle bloom, overcome with emotion, Wan clings to him, finally believing his reciprocal love. The shared moment culminates in the brilliant, undeniable bloom of the lotus of love. Silence hung heavy, as Sial Mudak stared at the solitary flower, a fragile memory amidst his conquest. As Sial Mudak gently touched the single bloom, his voice trembled with disbelief. The Northern Sea Palace master's gaze sharpens, filled with deep, suppressed emotion. The shock of the impossible returns as the single, delicate flower seems to blossom anew before his eyes. The sudden, violent reappearance of Muyang shatters Sial Mudak's fragile moment of peace. Despite conquering all, Sial Mudak found only emptiness, clinging desperately to the memory of Wan. The subordinate quickly acknowledged the palace master's command, ready to execute his orders. 10 days later, the wisest scholars known across the world gathered at the Northern Sea Ice Palace. A few days later, the famed Manbakya, those who know all the world's secrets, gathered at the Northern Sea Ice Palace. The scholars, gathered in apprehension, recoiled as an unseen command thundered down upon them. A sudden voice cuts through the air, announcing an assembly of the world's wisest. The assembled scholars could only stare in stunned disbelief at the impossible sight before them. The sudden, vibrant bloom filled the garden, radiating an impossible, luminous energy into the bright sky. "Do you like the flowers?" Awestruck, the summoned experts looked upon the unbelievable sight. The mystical flower, inscribed with the very character for love, continues to shine brilliantly. The newly gathered Manbakya whisper amongst themselves, awed by the unbelievable sight before them. The Northern Sea Palace master stood tall, his eyes burning with a manic glee. The summoned experts, the Manbakya, could only stare in stunned disbelief at the impossible sight before them. With their shared love, the flowers bloomed, but his heart ached as his lover was gone. The Manbakya were stunned into disbelief by the impossible revival of the flowers. The assembled scholars stared in disbelief as the owner of the garden finally revealed himself. With the Manbakya assembled, C.L. Modoc finally began to reveal the truth about the impossible miracle. The wise men, summoned by a voice from the heavens, began to question their mysterious summons. The triumphant ruler, C.L. Modoc, now held the conquered central plains, yet found only cold emptiness. Amidst the shadows and the symbols of his conquest, C.L. Modoc ponders his desolate victory. The realization strikes him, a way to keep her memory close, even without the live flower. Wan's radiant smile, holding the blossomed lotus of love, confirmed their mutual, deep affection. C.L. Modoc, the now uncontested ruler, stood above the fallen, showing no outward sign of triumph. Reflecting on the past, C.L. Modoc realizes the significance of that glowing flower Wan once presented. The elder points toward the glowing jewel, clearly presenting his findings to the palace master. The scholars, summoned from across the world, finally gathered at the Northern Sea Ice Palace. The lavish reward stunned the Manbakya into shocked disbelief as gold rained down around them. With his course set, the palace master announced his immediate departure to those left behind. C.L. Modoc stood motionless, the weight of his victory settling upon him like dust. Despite the hope finally arriving, C.L. Modoc maintained his stern resolve against dwelling on false comfort. A sudden realization or command cuts through the palace master's final resolve. Wait. The raging storm continued to pound the vessel mercilessly. A somber figure, cloaked and seemingly illuminated by a single flame, holds a delicate brush, preparing to make a mark. The sudden, desperate teleportation left the protagonist disoriented, finding himself amidst unwelcome scrutiny. His power surged, now reaching the profound realm, marking another ascent. A chilling realization flashes across his strained face, the weight of failure crushing him. The glowing necklace, a promise meant to lead him back, now pulsates with an ethereal light as he murmurs her name. The shock of the failed attempt leaves him reeling, slamming his fist down in disbelief. She pressed her case, hoping her presence would ease her father's wary heart regarding this sensitive negotiation. Just this once. I want to trust my father. Please allow me to go. The sudden shift in location left him utterly speechless, his mind racing to process the impossible. A shuddering breath escaped him as the terrifying descent began. Relief washed over her as he finally consented to her request. Wan offered him one last token before they parted ways. She explained that this keepsake from her mother held the power to return her to the giver. The tight binding secured his wrists, a harsh confinement after the storm. With a radiant smile, she grants his request, seemingly sealing their bond with her approval. The shocking energy surge subsided, leaving him dazed and questioning his surroundings. The crew struggled against the storm's fury, the deck slick with rain. The freezing wind and storm's fury were suddenly met with an immovable defense. With raw power surging, he fought against the terrifying onslaught of the storm. The devastating wave crashed down, threatening to engulf them entirely. With a determined surge, the warrior manifested a barrier of protective chi against the violent onslaught. The desperate freezing technique tore through the raging sea, an ultimate clash against the storm. The desperate plea was swallowed by the savage chaos of the sea. The colossal wave crashed down, met only by desperate cries of terror from the survivors. Frustrated by the raging storm, he prepared for a desperate confrontation. The immense power unleashed shattered the storm, striking with blinding, sharp force. The freezing ice wind met the raging waves, creating a catastrophic spectacle of light and water. The water surges violently, and the terrified crewman cries out that the threat is returning. As the freezing wind struck, the desperate crew could only watch in horror. The battle raged, the strain evident as he pushed his power one last time. The oppressive freezing wind intensified, causing the desperate sailors to stare into the blinding white. The desperate freezing ice wind surged, confronting the absolute chaos of the storm. The talisman glowed fiercely, activating its potent return magic. The necklace flared with power, but instead of relief, a sharp agony tore through him. The freezing wind enveloped everything, the ship's structure beginning to give way under the immense pressure. The freezing ice wind struck, enveloping the ship in a blinding light. Amidst the raging storm, the desperate sailors screamed a final, futile command. The moment the necklace activated, the world dissolved into chaos and brilliant light. The freezing wind failed, leaving him disoriented and questioning his sudden displacement. The desperate gamble succeeded, yet the chilling mystery of the necklace remained. A sudden noise breaks the silence. Was that a scream echoing from outside? The sudden, violent attack ripped him away from the storm's chaos. Shielding the child, the woman's fierce glare met the unknown terror before them. The sudden appearance of the iridescent insect causes instant terror, disrupting their precarious situation. The blinding flash of power ripped through the chaotic scene, shocking the survivors. The locals reacted with shock and disbelief upon seeing the mysterious arrival. The frantic energy culminated in a singular, focused point of immense power. The mysterious figure, engulfed in ethereal energy, surveys the scene, judging the situation. His eyes, burning with newfound power, fixed on the raging storm. They're the foreigners, which means I'm quite far from the central plains. A sudden, jarring noise breaks the silence as gigantic, monstrous insects descend upon him. The impossible teleportation leaves him reeling, shock twisting his features into a desperate scream. The monstrous insects descended under a vast, indifferent sky, their appearance signaling immediate danger. The confrontation hung heavy in the air. The mysterious swordsman stood ready against the overturned wreckage. The shock of the revelation hit him as he effortlessly dealt with the threat. The decisive divine palm strike manifested as a massive, shattering wave of ice. The icy shockwave dissipates, revealing the powerful figure who commanded the magic. The dust settled, revealing a bright blue sky above the forest canopy. The realization of teleportation dawns as I stare at my hands, the chill of a sudden, profound shift washing over me. The final, devastating shards of ice pierced the air, signaling the end of the assault. With his eyes glowing white, Seal Mudak unleashed a devastating ice palm attack. The sheer shock of the sudden transition hit them as they looked up at the dazzling, unfamiliar sky. Their shock was palpable as the immense power faded, leaving them reeling from the impossible display. The warrior remained stoic, his icy gaze holding skepticism even as the child was prepared to speak. The merchant leader's confusion was palpable, met only by Seal Mudok's blank response. The merchant leader bowed deeply, his gratitude sincere, while the silent swordsman observed him. His expression hardened, reeling from the astonishing revelation that this place wasn't the Central Plains at all. Seal Mudok's shocked realization hung heavy in the air under the vast, confusing sky. Edmund pressed the boy, demanding an answer to their location, while the swordsman looked on, utterly bewildered. Edmund was stunned by the sudden display of inexplicable power as Leo rushed forward. The sudden, confusing silence hung heavy as the implication dawned on them all. The merchant leader pressed the valuable artifact into his hand. A ring? The interpreter ring flashed as Leo placed it on his finger, unlocking the mysteries of this strange tongue. He dramatically reveals the ring's power, letting out a triumphant shout as the magic activates. His bewildered disbelief was met with a sharp, clearing throat. Edmund, desperate for communication, extended the ring that held the key to understanding. Edmund, reassured by the sudden understanding, enthusiastically thanks the swordsman again. Edmund, recovering his composure, prepared to question the boy peeking from behind the trees. He listened intently, processing the foreigner's bizarre claims with narrowed eyes. The robed figure radiated an intense, otherworldly glow as Edmund pointed a single, demanding finger forward. Edmund, agitated, argues vehemently against Seal's claim of ignorance about the Central Plains. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He had crossed worlds in a blink. Mudok paused, utterly confused by the notion that he had somehow teleported. The weight of the impossible truth settled heavily on his mind, leaving him speechless. How could he even begin to explain this bizarre reality shift? The realization of teleportation hit him like a physical shockwave. The merchant recoils in sheer terror as the enormous, glowing hand descends upon him. The blinding realization of his sudden displacement brought forth a gasp from Ciel Mudak. The unbelievable truth finally settles in as the sun sets on this alien landscape. Phew, the strange tension finally seems to have eased around the campfire. The disbelief deepens as Edmund Roll realizes the gravity of the situation. The confirmation from the child shattered his last lingering doubt, plunging him into stark realization. The realization hits Ciel Mudak, leaving him stunned amidst the fiery twilight. The sudden realization settles in as the fading light mirrors his own confusion. Edmund waited for an answer, but the silent tension around the fire suggested his words hung heavy in the humid night air. His incredulity exploded forth. Was this man actually questioning his identity? Even as the fire crackled, Edmund insisted on his reality, baffled by Ciel Mudak's ignorance. The foreigner's confident explanation was abruptly met with utter silence from the boy. Leo watched silently, his confusion mirroring the sheer bewilderment of the merchant leader. Ciel Mudak, wary of the situation, confronts the young boy, Leo, demanding to know their location. His initial suspicion hardens into grim realization. The pieces finally click into place. The merchant leader offered the ring. His surprise evident as the magic artifact glowed. Despite the absurdity of lending an artifact to a crazy guy, his pride demanded he prove his sanity. He stared intensely at the glowing ring, finally understanding the power that connected him to this strange new world. The realization hit him like a physical blow as the strange incantation swirled around him. The shock of the successful translation immediately turns to awe at the ring's power. Leo, startled by the direct attention, finally reveals his name to the imposing figure. Leo's confusion was palpable. The man asking about the Central Plains was clearly not making sense. Leo, confused by the sudden consensus, stared blankly at the realization dawning upon him. His fury intensified. He couldn't fathom this ridiculous claim. The merchant leader, now understood, frantically tried to convey his reality. The merchant leader insisted, prompting the need to consult the young boy, Leo. A flash of horrifying realization strikes him. The truth sinks in. The realization hits Ciel like a physical blow, his composed facade fracturing into pure shock. The realization dawns. My eyes opened inside. Where exactly? The horrifying realization dawns. Could I have teleported? The startling realization hit him. He had somehow shifted through space. The magic swordsman confirmed the dire location of the hidden threat near their hearts. A sudden, agonizing spasm racks his body as the intense energy pulses within him. The strange energy surge still had him reeling, questioning the sudden change in his dantian. As the light pulsed, the mother's face twisted in sheer terror and dread. The immediate, sharp feeling of wrongness interrupted his burgeoning realization about this new world. A deafening, resonant sound cuts through the air as he decisively moves into action. His sudden movement confirmed his immense speed, slicing through the dark woods. The mysterious figure, now focused, prepares to act, stepping into the unfolding drama. The pure energy burst forth, leaving a radiant streak across the darkening forest landscape. The shock and pain erupt as the true nature of the healing process begins. The magical surge intensified, forcing the swordsman to unleash his power with a strained roar. The surge of pure energy causes an involuntary, sharp gasp from the surprised traveler. With a sharp intake of breath, he channeled the newly enhanced pure energy surging within him. The realization of his immediate goal struck him, his eyes fixed on the glowing charm. The bright, pulsing light of the returned necklace enveloped him, a power beyond measure surging forth. The merchant woman smiled, her genuine amusement contrasting sharply with the tense situation. There is no need to be so tense, she assured them. I've to. Ah, I see. The words confirm his suspicions, and he realizes she must be here. The journey continued under a vast, starry, midnight sky framed by towering mountain silhouettes. As the true nature of the assassin bug's egg became clear, the tension mounted with an ominous, resonant sound. The masked merchant cleared his throat, ready to address the strange swordsman. The magician, suddenly returning, wore an unnervingly confident smile that drew immediate suspicion. Confirming the danger's location, the magic swordsman prepared to act immediately. The stranger's calm inquiry immediately drew the attention of the desperate father. The boy's unnerving, wide grin finally broke the tension, startling the older man. The mysterious swordsman, with his unsettling smile, confirms the boy's suspicion. They are indeed in the Drake Kingdom. His expression hardened, a sudden, intense focus crossing his face as he prepared to act. The intense conversation paused as the boy, Luffy, reacted excitedly to the revelation of a new world. Luffy excitedly beckoned the confused swordsman to follow him into the dark night. The magic swordsman seemed to have reappeared just as the children were making their desperate plea. The merchant, watching the boy prepare to heal, could only stare in utter shock. Examining the strange script on the map, he realized this land was truly unknown to him. He had finished explaining the basics. Now he focused on the immediate crisis. The light figures of the powerful elves fade, replaced by the imposing, battle-ready forms of the dwarves, poised for confrontation. Following the mention of elves and dwarves, Luffy introduced the next known species, beastmen. A colossal, crimson-eyed beast roared, momentarily overshadowing the sudden shift in reality. As the magic circle glowed intensely, the magic swordsman could only react with stunned silence. The boy, startled by the abrupt departure, called out, demanding an explanation for the swordsman's sudden vanishing act. The magic swordsman confirmed his knowledge of the children's affliction, his expression tightening with sudden gravity. Staring up at the impossible sight of 3 moons in the night sky, a sound of shock escapes him. The mysterious swordsman broke into a chilling, unsettling laugh, his true nature briefly exposed. Clutching the glowing stone, he questions if Wayon truly orchestrated his arrival here. The mysterious swordsman took a sharp, ragged breath, the gravity of the children's plight fueling his resolve. The sudden transition confirms his arrival. The threat has passed, but the journey is just beginning. Annie's desperate cry pierced the air, fueled by the immediate threat to her and Charles. Desperation turned the woman feral. A knife pressed against the young girl's throat as the men watched in horror. She threatened Charles, holding the terrified child hostage with a gleaming knife. Her eyes widened in absolute terror as the desperate reality of their situation hit her. The concerned man recoiled, sensing something amiss or perhaps just reacting to the sudden shift in tension. The desperate cries of the 2 children underscored the terrible urgency of their situation. A desperate plea cuts through the tension as the woman raises the dagger over the terrified child. The magic swordsman then extends his hand, glowing with focused energy, ready to act. My grim resolve solidifies as I draw my blade, stating my intent to help them. The terrified woman recoils, clutching the child close, as the imposing swordsman approaches, uttering a single, sharp question. Confirming the grim reality, he asked about the precise location of the parasitic egg. The bewildered merchants exclaimed in shock as the mysterious swordsman disappeared from view. As the desperate father pleaded, the magic swordsman held him back with an unreadable intensity. A sudden, forceful movement stops the desperate man in his tracks. The mysterious swordsman suddenly appeared, silencing the anxious group as he descended toward the distressed children. The mysterious swordsman appeared behind the fearful siblings, his presence both imposing and faintly glowing. As the magic swordsman prepared to act, the concerned pair braced themselves, closing their eyes in anticipation. The assassin bug's parasitic presence made itself known as the siblings writhed in pain. The magic swordsman, now understanding the danger, focused intently on the location of the parasitic egg near their hearts. A sudden realization flashes across his wide, shocked eyes. Focusing intensely, his inner sight located the source of the affliction. Found it. The immediate threat was neutralized, leaving the magic swordsman bathed in the glow of residual power under the night sky. The energy flared, focused entirely on the preserved, glowing heart. Concentrating his inner power, He prepared to apply precise heat to the volatile object. A radiant, cold energy surged forth as he agreed to grant their request. A brilliant flash of energy erupts as he channels the power once more. With focused control, he began to work, the energy surging around the two vital organs. The sudden chill of the ice left the girls visibly shaken, gasping in the oppressive heat. The villagers watched in awe and slight terror as the imposing figure moved with impossible swiftness. The crowd gasped, utterly astonished by the quality of the refreshment he had provided. The previous outpouring of gratitude settled, yet the magic swordsman remained, facing the lingering questions in the twilight woods. The sudden magical feats continued to leave the villagers stunned and speechless. The swordsman, having offered aid, now accepts the attention of the grateful caravan members. The relief quickly turned to overwhelming gratitude as the villagers showered the swordsman with thanks. Exhausted from the requests, he let out a heavy sigh in the quiet darkness. The gratitude had faded, replaced by the quiet exhaustion of the journey's end. A sudden, sharp release of energy pierces the quiet night. Leaving the gratitude behind, they continued their journey towards the distant, magnificent castle under the bright sky. The relief of salvation quickly faded as the oppressive heat of the journey returned. Considering the immediate needs of the caravan, he decided a small demonstration of power was acceptable. The child, overjoyed by the magical refreshment, smiles brightly at his benefactor. Even after the rush of gratitude, the sweltering heat was still oppressive, making the lukewarm water unsatisfying. The controlled surge of cold energy instantly encased the water bottle in a thick layer of frost. The recipient swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the immediate reality of the situation. The satisfied swordsman agrees to their request, only for the sudden tap to startle the grateful boy. The boy, overwhelmed by the instant chill, exclaimed his shock at the sudden, intense cold. The child eagerly gulped down the blessed, chilled water, finding temporary relief from the oppressive heat. The continuing praise was overwhelming, but the mage was more focused on the strange sensation he just caused. The resulting blast of cold water elicited an overwhelmingly joyous reaction from the child. Seeing their pure elation, a subtle, amused smile crossed the swordsman's face. The boy, still overwhelmed, holds out his bottle to the magician. His eyes widened, shining with pure, unadulterated joy at the unexpected miracle. Amused by their earnest plea and the joy of the children, he prepared to indulge their request. With a whisper of frosty energy, the task was swiftly concluded. The boy's sheer joy was evident as he happily presented the perfectly chilled water bottle. His decision to indulge their simple request was met with immediate, intense scrutiny. The sudden hush of the crowd snaps the swordsman back to the present moment. The initial request for cool water quickly snowballs as everyone rushes forward for their own share. The immediate bliss of the ice water transforms into sheer awe. He took a steady breath, the weight of their adoration momentarily shifting his focus. As the crowd pressed in, a startling interruption, a sharp tap, cut through the excited clamor. The joyous crowd suddenly paused, struck by a sudden, external question. He looked up at the vast, bright expanse of the sky, feeling the weight of the intense heat. He recognized the sheer effort required, yet felt a grudging willingness to oblige their desperate plea. The awe of the crowd was palpable as the traveler presented the flask, marveling at the chilled water. The magician's expression froze, taken aback by the sheer enthusiasm for his simple creation. Relief floods the caravan member as he eagerly accepts the offered favor. He focused his intent, channeling the cold energy directly into the requested water bottle. He greedily swallowed the miraculously chilled water, finding blessed relief from the heat. The recipient of the refreshing ice water could only react with stunned disbelief at the sensation. The crowd pressed forward, their delight turning into urgent pleas for more miraculous cold. Seeing their desperation, the swordsman couldn't help but question their excessive reaction. His ecstatic, starstruck reaction confirmed the incredible purity of the ice he had just tasted. The water bottle, now utterly encased in glistening frost, radiated an incredible cold. He understood the nuances of his own power, yet the village's reaction to simple ice surprised him. He channeled the immense cold energy, preparing to manifest something extraordinary. He considered their requests, realizing the small effort might prevent greater future hassle. The delighted traveler stared at the results of his simple request, eager to see the fruit of his power. He channeled his cold energy, a sharp contrast to the oppressive heat outside. The request was made, yet the swordsman hesitated, weighing the convenience against the hassle. Despite their gratitude, the traveler found himself burdened by the attention. He began, summoning his resolve. A few days passed in the bustling town square. The hurried transport of goods was met with an immediate, shouted command from the street. With a decisive upward slash, the raw power of the ice magic resonated. The fruits of his labor, a dazzling supply of perfectly preserved magical ice, ready for distribution. The initial success was celebrated by the thrilled Merchant Association members. The merchant, Arnold, tried to maintain order amidst the growing chaos. The sudden commotion outside shattered the momentary calm after the successful negotiation. The merchant, sweating profusely, seemed taken aback by the swordsman's intense stare. The unexpected clamor erupts again, pulling the protagonist's focus back to the chaos outside. Though he saw no malice, the magician decided to press his advantage in the negotiations. The sudden commotion outside jars the quiet agreement, pulling the merchant out of his focused meeting. The initial calm shattered as an unseen voice erupted, shaking the very air around him. His decisive gesture stopped the advancing crowd, signaling a sudden halt to the chaos. The magic swordsman held his ground, a small, knowing smirk playing on his lips as the chaos outside intensified. The demand was overwhelming, yet the chaos erupted once more as new people discovered the commotion. With the contract settled, a quick movement signaled the next action. The negotiation concluded. The magic swordsman reflected on his surprising success. The sheer volume of success was exceeding all initial expectations. The magic swordsman made his move, surging forward with sudden intent as the noise outside escalated. Just as he settled, the chaos outside erupted again, slamming the door open. The chaotic crowd, momentarily placated, instantly surges forward again, pushing the overwhelmed merchant manager to his breaking point. The magic swordsman's composure was broken by the sudden commotion erupting outside. As the opening credits fade, the sounds of the gathering crowd swell, drawing everyone's attention. The demand for the ice product was still overwhelming, causing immediate chaos to erupt again. The crowd's chaotic clamor suddenly erupted again outside the shop doors. The initial attempts to manage the crowd failed as the clamor intensified. The sudden, overwhelming power of his command silences the chaos, leaving the staff stunned and fearful. The crowd's initial excitement immediately devolved into chaos as more people arrived. The noise outside escalated again, forcing the magic swordsman to reassert control. The simmering tension breaks as his gaze sharpens, warning the unruly crowd with an imposing shine. The initial line of commoners, desperate for the ice candy, were swiftly dealt with. The crowd's demands were instantly silenced as the magic swordsman's oppressive aura erupted. Suddenly, another commotion erupted as someone aggressively rushed forward. The magic swordsman brusquely dismisses the remaining crowd, asserting control over the situation. The crowd's astonishment escalated as the caliber of their clientele was revealed. The delighted merchant leader was clearly pleased with the successful negotiation. The merchant, haggard from the day's efforts, let out an exhausted yawn. The shouting from the front of the line abruptly drew Sir Edmund's attention back to the chaos. The magic swordsman steps out, ready to face the growing commotion outside the door. The noise of approaching footsteps signaled the abrupt end to the momentary peace. The renewed chaos erupted as the demanding nobles aggressively confronted the staff. A sudden, ominous resolve surges through him amidst the chaos. The enraged roar echoes, signaling another surge of chaos disrupting the tenuous calm. The weight of his promise fueled a terrifying resolve, the clenching of his jaw echoing his vow. After securing the promise of repayment, the exhausted swordsman finally collapses into a heavy sleep. His thoughts momentarily paused as the chaos erupted anew outside. The negotiation concluded. and now the bustling success of their venture demanded his attention. The awaited treat finally arrived, bringing Savina a moment of triumph amidst the chaos. This cold, sweet, and luscious flavor was beyond anything imagined in the North Sea. The magic swordsman, basking in the success of his sweet creation, accepts the girl's thanks for the treat. The satisfied count finally prepared to savor the sweet, cold dessert he had been craving. The heavenly taste of the ice cream elicited an involuntary, blissful sigh. The delightful, cold sweetness vanished too quickly, leaving only the satisfied sound of slurping. The final spoonful of the refreshing ice cream is scraped clean, the bowl clanking down as the momentary peace ends. Sir Edmunds was interrupted while enjoying his snack by a sudden, loud disturbance. The sudden clamor from the crowd outside instantly jolted Savina back into high alert. The commotion outside has escalated, drawing a furious reaction from one of the intruders. The momentary peace shattered as entitled nobles aggressively confronted the employee. The tense standoff paused under the fading colors of dusk, the air thick with unspoken conflict. Their condescending smirks confirmed their arrogance, even as the merchant stood firm against their entitlement. Her face froze in shock as the finger jabbed forward, the tension escalating instantly. The merchant stared, stunned by the chilling display of power that had just unfolded. His rage boiled over, the nobleman ready to strike over perceived insolence. The victor, holding his steaming bowl, offered a silent, unnerving response to the chaotic display. The noble, enraged by the slight, continued his aggressive verbal assault on the merchant. Even at this critical moment, she let out a strained exhale of disbelief. The noble, incensed by the magical swordsman's control, seethes with frustrated rage. The nobleman, consumed by rage, presses his attack. "So you really want to die?" The merchant's composure shattered, reflecting the sudden escalation of danger. The simmering tension finally broke as the enraged noble was physically restrained by his silent, imposing companion. The noble drew his sword, fueled by misplaced arrogance and rage at being challenged. The noble's entourage slides forward, towering over the startled shopkeeper. That sudden, intense focus, it struck him like a physical blow. The nobleman, enraged by the merchant's calm defiance, lunges forward, his threat echoing in the terrified silence. The magician's overwhelming aura engulfed the young woman, forcing a desperate plea for reprieve. The noble closes the distance, his rage driving him forward with heavy, threatening steps. The merchant, stepping in front of the frightened girl, offers a terse apology to the irate noble. The calm resolve of the swordsman met the nobleman's furious outburst with a single, chilling command. His allies bristled with aggression as the merchant steadfastly upheld the rules, igniting the noble's rage. The sudden rush of movement left the nobles momentarily stunned, their silence heavy in the fading light. After their dramatic display of power, the noble's comrade remains defiant, unwilling to back down from the challenge. The nobleman's face contorted, his fury matching the chilling words he was about to unleash. The realization struck the nobleman, linking the merchant's surprising defiance to a powerful name. The merchant, stunned by the mention of Duke Icarus, could only react with stunned silence. His arrogant facade broke, revealing a moment of stunned recognition mixed with dark amusement. His eyes blaze with malevolent, glowing power as he identifies the merchant as a remnant of the old guard. The noble's arrogant smile vanishes, replaced by a look of pure dread and shock. That's the signal. With a chilling grin and glowing eyes, the nobleman draws his blade, promising retribution. The air cracks with a brilliant, purple-tinged energy as his glowing eyes lock onto his target. Overwhelmed by the power, the nobleman collapses, his pride shattered. His futile struggle reveals a deep-seated rage. The aggressor, reeling from the display of sheer power, is violently thrown back. A sharp, ominous doom rings out as the noble finally draws his blade, his retainer screaming for aid. The clash of steel against steel echoed, a brilliant light searing the twilight sky as the fight escalated. The swordsman's rage erupts as he draws his blade, ready to enforce his version of justice against the nobles. The nobleman, enraged by the merchant's continued defiance, unleashes a deafening, power-infused shout. His casual strike sends a shockwave, reminding them of his deadly skill. The cold truths of combat resolved themselves into immediate, potent action as the weapon was drawn. His face contorted with pure rage. The noble lunged forward, roaring his intention to kill. The nobleman, already reeling from the previous strike, felt the true force of the counterattack. The nobleman's attack was met with an effortless, blinding counter, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. The noble's attack arcs, but the swordsman effortlessly evades, still lecturing on principle. "I'll show you the consequences of challenging my authority," he declared, igniting with furious energy. The noble's fury boiled over, his eye blazing as he demanded respect. Discipline is not about punishment. It is about teaching respect through proper conduct. The challenger was momentarily stunned, but his rage quickly resurfaced, boiling over with deadly intent. He gathered his immense power, culminating his philosophy into raw energy. He gathers his energy, preparing to unleash a formless chi attack against the defiant noble. The clash resonates, a testament to overwhelming force meeting arrogant delusion. The nobleman's furious attack met an immovable force, his power dissolving against the overwhelming aura. The nobleman's arrogant assault was met with a devastating counter, leaving him struggling for breath amidst the icy particles. His glowing, empty eye fixed on them, promising swift and silent retribution for their arrogance. The noble's fury erupts, demanding immediate consequence for the perceived slight. Ignoring the prior display of force, the nobles aggressively advanced, brandishing their swords despite the clear warning. The tense standoff escalates as the enraged noble lunges forward, driven by wounded pride. The nobleman watches the resulting display of hidden power with grudging acknowledgement. The tension explodes as a cold command cuts through the air, seizing the cowering noble. The nobleman laughs, poised above, as the air violently shifts around the grounded swordsman. His mocking grin intensified, promising a painful lesson after their failed attack. A sudden, chilling flash announced the activation of an overwhelming power. The final, satisfying blows echoed across the town under a fiery sunset sky. The shadowed, dark appendage impaled his flesh, eliciting a silent scream of agony. The immediate surge of power left his assailants reeling in shock and pain. His initial shock curdled into raw, terrified desperation as the consequence of his arrogance became clear. The shocking grip leaves Justin's wrist lacerated, displaying a strange, swirling mark amidst the fresh blood. The subdued assassin let out a slight scoff, while the victim stared on, wide-eyed. A chilling white light emanates from his eyes as he prepares his decisive move. Whoosh! I recall my limits in this unknown territory. Outright killing is not yet an option. The reign of terror ended. The young swordsman left the scene with deliberate, echoing steps. Despite the searing pain, Justin's pride flared, his arrogance untouched by the injury. His arrogance shatters as sheer terror contorts his face in a final, desperate scream. The battered man could only utter a single, choked thought as the glowing-eyed swordsman waited for his answer. His inner conflict was clear. Should he end this humiliation immediately? His resolve hardening, he chose a more subtle, yet effective, demonstration of power. Instead of lethal force, he chooses a different path, striking quickly with a makeshift weapon. The terrifying magic swordsman reveals his true, sinister smile as he grips his staff tightly. The victim, reeling from the attack, can only question the nature of his assailant's strange power. His terrifying, energized grin confirmed his malicious intent, preparing for the next calculated movement. The frightening display of power culminates in the declaration of the technique. Sword Sphere. His pleas fell on deaf ears. The silent threat remained absolute. A terrifying, ecstatic energy erupted as the power was unleashed. Sword Chi. The sheer power emanating from the shadowy figure leaves Justin and his goons utterly broken and terrified. The man's crazed smile confirmed his malicious intent as he delivered a savage barrage of blows. A maniacal grin splits his face as the sheer force erupts, confirming the threat he poses. The sudden silence following the outburst was broken only by the dramatic visual punctuation of the aftermath. their arrogance shattered. The defeated men pleaded for mercy under the twilight sky. The brute force of the strike landed with a deafening bang on the cobbled ground. His smug demeanor only intensified Justin's growing terror. The frightened man's pleas for mercy were utterly drowned out by the chilling, visceral promise of death, broken by the overwhelming pressure. Justin finally concedes his defiance. His smug satisfaction solidified after the quick display of overwhelming force. The terror inflicted by the so-called magic swordsman leaves the bystanders shaken and tearful. His victory complete, the swordsman stood tall against the night sky. The dust settles after the confrontation, leading us to the chapter title card. The meeting continues, with the Count and his advisors seated before the king's throne. The Count paused, casually dabbing his brow with a cloth as the meeting continued. The stern King Tomilova III demanded his subordinate report immediately. The report continues, detailing Hazing Kingdom's audacious attempt to claim territory past the deadly Saraha Desert. The tense meeting continues as the Count addresses the gathered advisors. The Count's stern expression confirmed the gravity of the situation they were discussing. The shock of hearing Anos echoed across the room, shaking the monarch to his core. The meeting continues as the tension rises, demanding confirmation on the alarming intelligence. His desperate fear broke through his bravado. A small confession of surrender. The hooded figure thoughtfully considers the payment being offered. The Count waited patiently for the king's reaction inside the ornate chamber. The Baron's shocking revelation regarding Anos's motives in Hazen elicited a strong, incredulous reaction. With the immediate threat quelled, the king now addresses his council regarding the shifting political landscape. The Count's tense meeting continues under the silent, watchful gaze of the ethereal figure above. Indeed, and they'll likely attempt to expand their land, a goal they've repeatedly failed to achieve since Laird T's reign. The council convenes, displaying the map of surrounding kingdoms and their current territorial goals. The Count and His Majesty continued their urgent discussion regarding the escalating geopolitical tensions. The Count's shock was palpable as the implications of the hidden movement sank in. The Count's presence alone silences the room, demanding attention with his intimidating aura. A sudden, chilling presence descends upon the isolated, snow-covered landscape. The tense silence of the meeting was broken as Count's slave offered a brief, confirming nod. The authoritative voice concluded the necessary debate on expansion strategy. From the shadows above, the informant's damning words reached the two figures below. The low light illuminated the tense silence between the two men seated at the table. The trusted aide offers a clear denial, wiping away any notion of recent failures. The king, frustrated by his retainer's silence, impatiently gestured, demanding an answer about the rumored ice candy. The trusted retainer absorbed the weight of the Majesty's unspoken concern. The king's curiosity piqued. He inquired about this novel ice candy. The king leaned in, his mind already forming a plan around this intriguing new subject. The aide smiles, already anticipating the Majesty's next desire. The leader, clearly satisfied with the turn of events, let out a malicious chuckle. The Duke's easy amusement broke the tension, signaling he was pleased with the exchange. The official's satisfied expression confirmed the success of their suggestion. The clandestine outing for ice candy was set, under the watchful, triple moon night sky above the timbered town. The children's earnest pleas for magic training intensify into an overwhelming, unified roar. The simple pleasure of tasting the legendary ice candy was abruptly shattered by chaos. The children pressed their plea, their enthusiasm palpable despite the seriousness of the martial arts request. Stunned by the idea of martial arts, the child's astonishment quickly pivots to earnest pleading. The aide, sensing the opportunity, enthusiastically confirms the king's desire. The demonstration of the ice-white divine palm technique left the children utterly mesmerized and awestruck. The sudden, metallic sound of a fight shattered the quiet of the night. The Duke's guard reacts with shock and a bead of sweat, utterly bewildered by the king's sudden change of plan. Seeing their unified, bright enthusiasm, the woman's initial hesitation gave way to surprise. The attendant waited, holding their breath, as the powerful figure considered their urgent plight. The sheer intensity of that display left them utterly starstruck. The earnest plea of the children erupted, demanding instruction in the forbidden martial arts. The terrifying, glowing purple eye revealed itself just as a blinding light burst forth. The joyous glow fades as the Duchess's serious demeanor returns, questioning the hidden suggestion. The desperate pleas of the children touched his heart, forcing a difficult consideration. Their earnest excitement for the martial arts training was infectious, reminding him of his own youthful drive. The children's earnest begging, driven by a fierce resolve, truly touched his heart. The white-haired master tried to calm the suddenly ecstatic children. The tense quiet of the room shattered as the door was violently breached with a deafening bang. The sudden creak of the window announces his arrival, holding the prize they all desired. Even as his guards clashed, the prince's thoughts drifted to the fervent children. The unexpected sounds of clashing metal abruptly shattered the quiet resolution of the previous moments. The air split with a violent sound as steel flashed under the dark, star-dusted canopy. The peaceful night was abruptly shattered by the sound of clashing metal. The battle intensifies as a deadly slash cuts through the night air. The icy onslaught continues, shattering defenses as the enemy breaks through. The overwhelming magical assault forces the royal guard into a desperate, protective stance around their prince. A sudden, powerful force swept through the air as chaos erupted around the prince. The attacker, shrouded in darkness, unleashes a devastating magical attack. Fire burst. The mage's fiery projectile slammed into the royal guard, each blast echoing with devastating force. Ignoring the assassin's threats, the royal guard roared, demanding reorganization amidst the chaos. The air instantly erupted in a blinding flash of fire and sound. The ensuing chaos erupted into raw, desperate shouts as the attack struck home. As the barrage of magic continued, someone broke through the chaos, launching forward with desperate speed. The urgent cries cut through the chaos, demanding Cotton's attention amidst the unfolding ambush. Despite the chaos, Cotton reaffirms that he is unharmed, his composure a stark contrast to the danger surrounding them. The ensuing chaos of the ambush sees a guard desperately crying out for the king. The royal guard clutched his bloodied hand, the grim reality of the ambush setting in. His grim expression confirmed the horrific realization he had just made. The ambush shatters their formation just as the danger peaks. The masked figures, their loyalty unquestioned, surge forward to intercept the attackers. The masked assailant launches himself forward, screaming defiance amidst the chaos and fire. The chaotic clash of steel echoed as the guard, Cotton, drew his weapon, ready to defend his highness. The guards immediately counter, a desperate clash erupting as steel meets shadowy ambushers. The masked figures attacked with blinding speed, their eyes glowing with lethal intent. The decisive strike lands amidst the chaos, silencing one of the attackers with a sharp, painful cry. The clash of steel erupts as the assassin meets the guard's desperate defense. The memory of that preceding magic attack still hung heavy in the air. Amidst the chaos, a desperate voice calls out, sensing the danger closing in on the royal figure. The prince's burning gaze reflected a fierce, almost terrifying resolve amidst the chaos. The ominous, cloaked mage unleashes a devastating magical force upon the prince's retinue. The retainer yells a dire warning as the fiery chaos intensifies around them. The hidden mage unleashes a blinding surge of destructive power, shouting the name of the spell. The ensuing attack, a blinding surge of power, slammed down with an explosive force. A grunt of surprise escaped the attacker as Cotton's counter-strike slammed into the ground near his feet. The guard, recognizing the gravity of the magical assault, desperately braced himself amidst the chaos. The guard, sweating profusely, watched the incoming magical assault with mounting horror. The ambush was swift, cutting off any chance of retreat. Now, the assailant stands victorious over the fallen. The sudden, intense aura caused an immediate shift in awareness among the observers below. The swordmaster's attack was swift, a blinding streak cutting through the fading daylight. The assassin coiled, his glare promising swift and brutal retribution for the melted ice cream. As the king's loyal captain moved to strike, the attacker closed the distance with terrifying speed. Ignoring the king's pleas, the mysterious figure erupted in maniacal laughter, fully embracing his terrifying power. The assassin whirls around, his scarred face tight with focused aggression. He demands the ice cream business be settled first, his menacing presence closing in. The king's guard offered a final, desperate plea for caution amidst the escalating chaos. The king's protectors close in, surrounding the single, white-haired figure. That unexpected draw of steel silenced all boasts. His terrifying presence was now undeniable. The enraged fighter moves with blinding speed, intent on ending the threat to Tomilova. A deafening clang echoed as the impossible barrier met the incoming attack. The madman's glowing eyes promised a fierce retaliation for his melted ice cream. The enigmatic figure beckons, their glowing eyes promising swift retribution. Across the divide, his heavily scarred opponent grits his teeth in savage defiance. A desperate shout of warning cuts through the air as the swordmaster unleashes a blinding, powerful strike. The sheer thrill of the fight ignited something maniacal in his eyes. The assassin's cold, glowing eyes focus, preparing to unleash devastating power. The clash of blades sends a blinding, chilling shockwave through the night air. The chilling count began, a final warning before the storm of vengeance broke. The enraged assassin lunges forward, fueled by a terrifying, petty grievance. The enemy, consumed by fury over his melted ice cream, unleashes a devastating strike. The air fractured as the vengeful energy coalesced around his outstretched hand. The warrior prepares, drawing twin blades as dark energy pulses around him. Enraged, the opponent unleashes a furious, wide arc of power against the perceived obstacle. The king's guard recoiled, watching the terrifying speed of the descending attack. The enraged swordmaster unleashes a massive, resounding strike against the looming threat. The shock of the barrier's appearance left the captain momentarily breathless, steeling himself for the counter. His icy resolve hardened as he drew his weapon, preparing the devastating counterattack. The clash of blades erupted, a brilliant flash illuminating the desperate close-quarters engagement. The icy energy erupts as the skilled swordsman unleashes a devastating, blinding strike. The swordmaster unleashed a blinding flash of energy, his grin fixed in sadistic anticipation. The silent threat hangs heavy as the swordsman readies his weapon under the downpour. Amidst the downpour, the agitated royal guard questioned the unfolding chaos. The captain steps forward, sword drawn, while the other figure cries out in shock at his sudden aggression. The king, shocked by the enemy's power, watches as the rain continues to fall heavily. A shout pierces the downpour as the assassin addresses their comrade amidst the shadows of the forest. Under the downpour, the attacker lunged, his skeletal mask glinting with malice. The enraged figure materialized, his power surging, demanding why they were not where they were supposed to be. The rain pours down as his terrifying fury culminates in a raw scream. The ghost of the melted ice cream wept as the rain dashed down upon its ruined tree. Even these masked figures were baffled by the sudden mention of ice and melting sweet treats. The rain poured down, mirroring the cold fury that had finally erupted into violence. His gaze burns with the intensity of a man who demands recompense. The masked figures, glowing with sinister energy, closed in, their leaders shouting their demand for retribution. The vengeful warrior readied his glowing, ice-infused weapon, his fury manifesting clearly now. Despite the urgent shouts, the shadowy assassins launched their coordinated descent. The skeletal warrior, eyes glowing red, unleashed a furious, upward slash with blinding intensity. Ignoring the rising chaos, his glowing eyes fixed on the target, preparing his move. The assassin's furious strike met an immediate, powerful defense, a protective barrier of pure energy. The king's personal guard watches in horror as an overwhelming, ice-infused force erupts. The ice cream-driven vengeance unleashed a blinding, shattering force. The captain's horror intensified as the king remained utterly oblivious to the danger. The ice barrier shatters as the enraged swordsman channels his chilling power. The enraged swordsman, seeking vengeance for his melted tree, launches a brilliant, sweeping attack. The king's guards watched with escalating dread as the swordmaster closed the distance, an icy barrier erupting behind them. The two figures locked eyes across the frozen, drizzling expanse. A silent confrontation brewing. A sharp impact sounds as the grizzled man clenches his bloody fist, steeling himself. This bureaucrat, overwhelmed by requests, pondered the audacity of someone teaching magic privately. The official's flustered report continues, contrasting sharply with the composed elder seated before him. He continued his passionate explanation, gesturing wildly about the success of their recent ventures. The heavy laughter resonated as the imposing figure loomed over the clearly startled servant. The official confirmed the statement, while the subordinate hesitated, waiting for the next command. The man who sought the swordsman's aid grimly acknowledged the pace of events. The delegation, having made their fervent request, was met with incredulity as the swordsman pondered their sudden visit. The elderly man erupted in jovial laughter, contrasting sharply with Cardon's perplexed tension. A hushed, urgent whisper passed between the men, eliciting a sharp reaction of panic and dismay. Overwhelmed with emotion, the servant wept while expressing profound gratitude for the perceived favor. The hurried steps of two figures echo on the shaded forest path as one hesitates. The elder's exasperated laughter only further confused the stunned onlookers. The magic swordsman's stern command cut through the air, sending the visitor into despair. Her intense glare cut through the air, demanding an answer as the tension peaked. The elder, visibly flustered and perhaps a little distressed by the forceful encounter, could only manage a small, bewildered utterance. That shocking moment of outright rejection was met with a brutal, physical retort. The young man cried out as the dark figure made a swift, striking movement toward him. He recoiled from the news, shocked that the person they sought was right here. The refusal of his invitation was met with a stern command to leave. He continued his steady march through the dappled, sunlit woods, the weight of his thoughts momentarily replaced by forward motion. The king's summons had been forcefully rejected, yet this small, glowing crystal held a potent memory. The sheer audacity of this unexpected refusal ignited a furious retort. The plea was sincere, but the powerful figure merely offered a clipped, one-word response. Continuing his confident discourse, he implies the northern sea ice is not what others assume. With a confident smirk, the retainer accepts the daunting task laid before him. The conversation continued, his loud retort meeting the composed, silent sip of his companion. Then, recalling that fateful encounter, he murmurs the start of his memory. The revelation of the true mage caused a sudden, startled jolt within her. That intense encounter faded, now replaced by a realization. The mage who saved his life created the ice cream he couldn't forget. The overwhelming joy of this realization washes over her, hands clasped in sincere gratitude. The king's desperate plea was met with a firm, unspoken rejection from the magic swordsman. The children, enveloped in their nascent energy, eagerly greet their returning instructor. The swordsman's intense focus breaks as the ethereal scene fades. The king, frustrated by the ongoing refusal, signals his displeasure with a sharp sound. The desperate messenger bowed low, urgently pleading for the magic swordsman's attention. Frustration boiled over as the king's request was summarily rejected. The worried attendant announced the arrival of Princess Eschild, but the king's reflection ordered swift compliance. The air remained heavy after the king's messenger departed, leaving unspoken tension between them. The daughter made a grand, graceful bow, presenting herself elegantly before her father. Hearing that the mage who created the ice cream was the one her father sought was a stunning realization. The king, having been refused, stood contemplative in the opulent room, the weight of the situation pressing upon him. The king laughed dismissively, finding the situation amusing as the young woman recoiled in shock. The daughter desperately implored her father, pleading for him not to refuse His Majesty's urgent summons. The child grasped the hand, their father's worries briefly set aside by this small comfort. The king, seemingly unfazed by his son's poor condition, simply questions the swordsman's rejection of his summons. Cardon acknowledged the news with a heavy, resigned nod. The sudden appearance of the powerful mage, heralded by the icy crest, brought both awe and tension to the gathering. The indescribable sensation of that first taste still lingered, an indelible memory. The memory of the ice cream's wonderful taste lingered, making the greedy feeling surge once more. From behind the curtain, she watched the children enjoy their frozen treats, a thoughtful shadow crossing her face. The magical treats, clearly a huge hit, brought genuine delight to the children. The disciples settled into meditation, feeling the dense, swirling energy around them intensify. The world paused as the dense mana concentrated, signaling the next phase of their training. The master paused his energy manipulation, commanding his students to cease their practice. With the next stage established, his companions eagerly confirmed their readiness to proceed. Edmund's aggressive eagerness stood in stark contrast to the magic swordsman's utter bewilderment. The princess, visibly annoyed by his lack of response, finally confronted the quiet swordsman. He silently pondered the daunting challenge ahead, realizing the impossibility of his stated goal. Amidst the night's intense training, a sudden, brilliant flash erupted from the worn necklace. Startled by the sudden presence, the swordsman was taken aback. Perhaps they had returned? Her initial polite greeting was immediately undercut by the sheer audacity of his silence. The princess and her attendant finally confronted him, their expressions unreadable as the word "RUN" boomed below them. The grueling evening of instruction had finally concluded. The morning arrived, and Mudok faced Edmund's relentless instruction on palace etiquette. Despite the dire warning, Sial Mudok's excitement was palpable as he faced Edmund's lecture. The princess, seemingly unnerved by his silence, pressed him once more about his intentions. Edmund's astonishment was clear as he took in the magic swordsman's audacious proposal. The morning after his grueling lesson, Mudo was jolted by an unexpected, boisterous greeting. The princess's haughty silence left the attendants completely baffled. Edmund's rigid instruction regarding palace etiquette clearly unsettled the young man. Her shocked glance confirmed her disbelief at his bold claims. With the terms set, they finally settled down for the meeting he had so eagerly sought. Edmund's internal conflict showed through, a mask of excitement hiding deep worry. His cheerful agreement seemed to surprise the princess and her aide, who stood rigidly across the table. If he goes to the palace tomorrow, his secret plan involving Princess Eshild can finally begin to unfold. The Princess Eshild is the king's only legitimate heir to the throne. Edmund, seeing Mudo's unrefined intensity, prepared to impart the necessary lessons that night. He paused, his intense gaze fixed, pondering the gravity of his next move. His tentative agreement to meet the princess tomorrow ignited a sudden, shocked realization. Edmund stared, utterly aghast at the preposterous ambition to marry the kingdom's sole legitimate heir. Edmund reacted instantly to the startling proposition, clearly thinking the swordsman was out of his mind. Edmund's stern lecture on palace rules clearly left the magic swordsman momentarily speechless. Edmund sighed, clearly exasperated by the protagonist's brazen request for instruction. Staring at the framed portrait, Eshild perhaps saw a glimpse of the family she lost. Her eyes widened with undisguised shock at his sheer audacity. Edmund reacted with sharp disdain, listing the magic swordsman's disqualifying traits. Edmund, seemingly exasperated, gestured emphatically, ready to lay down the strict palace protocols. The arrangement of their arrival, amidst the opulent floral backdrop, seemed utterly theatrical. Edmund's relentless tutoring lasted through the entire night. His tightly clasped hands betray the serious planning behind his request for Edmund's aid. The magic swordsman finally acknowledges the proposal, his curt reply punctuated by the official's nervous chuckles. Edmund immediately tried to stop his forward momentum, grabbing the magic swordsman's torso. Edmund could only stare in horrified disbelief at the sheer audacity of the request. The intensity of Edmund's instruction was immediately apparent, turning the preparation into a grueling, all-night lesson. Edmund slammed down a truly enormous stack of books, eliciting a shocked "ack" from the little attendant. The intense study session, fueled by the dense chi, had a surprising effect on even Edmund. Edmund was utterly bewildered by his guest's sudden excitement. Edmund's stern expression indicated a firm limit on what the swordsman could achieve. The long night of intense instruction had finally concluded, leaving him visibly drained but determined. With the arrangement made, the magic swordsman turned sharply, his white hair flowing behind him with sudden, decisive motion. Then, he stated, adjusting his coat with renewed confidence for the day ahead. The carriage stood ready before the grand estate, the arrival signaling the start of the day's crucial meeting. The king's decree about to be pronounced. The mysterious swordsman performs a solemn bow. The king, reassured and gesturing grandly, invites the newly titled hero forward. The king's generous decree hung in the air, but Jiris still weighed the king's motives. The scheduled private meeting was suddenly surrounded by an unwelcome crowd. Flustered, she tried to explain her slight deception regarding the meeting's timing. The king's words hung in the air, drawing sharp, suspicious looks from his retainers. Justine's furious outburst was sharply checked by his stern father. Watching the immediate, overwhelming submission, a single, cutting thought crossed his mind. Justine's outburst was immediately met with a sharp command to cease his disrespectful behavior. The king's tense expression shifts as the protagonist prepares to receive his official title. Jiris, lurking in the shadows, watched the proceedings with a cold, calculating stare. The king's retainer confirmed their agreement in hushed, urgent tones. The king clears his throat, signaling the start of his monumental decree. The king's gratitude was sincere, yet this man's smug expression revealed deeper, calculating motives. The king finally acknowledges the immense debt owed to this brave young man. He elaborated on the constant demand for ice, causing endless postponements that finally led to this meeting. The king, pleased by the princess's suggestion, beams, accepting the idea wholeheartedly. The powerful, menacing presence behind him served only to frame the swordsman's satisfied grin. The king, having accepted the title suggestion, leans in, ready to make his declaration. The king, having received the suggested title, now ponders his next strategic move. The king pondered, weighing the implications of bestowing such an honor upon the savior. The princess interrupts the hushed formality with an abrupt, wide-eyed exclamation. The princess playfully dismisses the idea of a permanent title, suggesting an alternative. The princess enthusiastically defends her suggestion, cementing the path forward for the hero. The king paused, gesturing to the young man. But what is your preferred designation? The king paused, savoring the moment before bestowing the ultimate reward. As the king prepared to speak, the magic swordsman offered his moniker. Her expression suggested an underlying reluctance to the entire affair. The king offered a gesture of peace, placing his hand upon the hero's knee in a show of trust. The king, satisfied with the young man's heroism, moves to bestow his well-earned recognition. His thoughts crystallize. The one word that defined the moment he drew his blade. With the king's command, the overwhelming forces surround the kneeling swordsman. With the decision made, the king drew forth the ceremonial blade, ready to bestow the title. The king's silent contemplation suggests his hidden machinations are finally taking shape. The king, holding the sword aloft, begins his solemn decree. The king, poised for his declaration, draws a breath, the weight of his decision filling the air. The king solemnly bestows the right to pass down his name through generations of the kingdom of Drake. The king, overwhelmed by gratitude and the impact of this moment, prepares to speak. The king finishes his decree, commanding the newly recognized hero to rise. The king, satisfied with his words, offered a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Jiris's scheming grin confirmed his dark intentions were now set in motion. The king addresses the hero with formal recognition, preparing to speak his decree. The king, impressed by the warrior's merit, prepared to bestow the highest honor. The king ponders deeply, his gaze lingering on the men seated before him. The courtiers murmured agreement, but the king's gaze settled sharply on his advisors. The king, with the entire map laid bare, pondered his next move. The king declared his decree, a monumental pronouncement echoing across the frigid, mountainous backdrop. The king's declaration hung heavy, and Justine reacted with undisguised shock at the bestowal of the title. The king's intent became clear. The suggested title demanded a noble name. The king, now recognizing the connection, affirms the auspiciousness of the name. He's suggesting something strategic, a move that draws immediate suspicion from those watching. The mention of the northern land sends a shockwave of realization through the princess. The princess, still flustered by the sudden attention, stood beside the imposing swordsman. The king, having chosen his words carefully, fixed the recipient with an intense gaze. The king, visibly moved, steps forward, ready to bestow his gratitude. The king's plan is clear, yet the swordsman sees only opportunity in refusing the king's bounty. The king's sinister smile confirmed his true intentions as he prepared to speak. The matter of the northern lord was settled, and the baronet prepared for his departure. The dire conditions of the northern lands were confirmed with a simple nod. He jovially dismissed the previous warnings, focusing instead on the intriguing potential of the northern lands. The baronet, still musing over the strange legends, is confronted by his host. The local man, utterly terrified, sees the monstrous silhouette looming behind him. The menacing figures from the north loom over the pleading victim in the swirling snow. The baronet seemed quite taken with the legends of the fierce northern people. With the princess's words still hanging in the air, he simply turned toward the door, finding the way out surprisingly simple. The disciples, seeing their teacher turn away, couldn't hold back their rising tears and despair. The disciples' pleading silence was abruptly broken by an unseen force reacting to the baronet's sudden departure. The students reacted with immediate, stunned disbelief to his casual dismissal. The baronet, caught amidst his earnest disciples, simply ushered them away. The baronet looked composed, yet the worried disciple peeked out, clinging to his arm. Even after the baronet dismissed the local whispers, a key name cut through her surprise. After the disciples were sent away, the princess approached, clearly concerned about the baronet's troubled demeanor. Their boisterous spirits made a sudden, dramatic halt as he firmly pushed them back. Their fierce exchange was cut short by a new, imposing presence. The desperate students refused to yield, their pleas turning into aggressive demands for an answer. The baronet stared blankly, rendered speechless by the sheer audacity of his potential rivals. Their joyful outburst confirmed the students would not easily give up their master. The exuberant students celebrated their perceived victory, leaving the baronet utterly dumbfounded. The baronet sighed, seemingly ready to continue their earlier strained conversation. The baronet lets out an unsettling chuckle, his strange composure unnerving the princess. The princess, clearly distressed by the baronet's abrupt departure, finally voiced her concern. The baronet, still trying to process her words, could only offer a stunned, truncated reply. He stood silently, contemplating the villagers' fearful assumptions about the arriving noble. The baronet's unexpected and abrupt departure leaves the princess utterly stunned. "Adorable," he murmured, even as he cleared his throat, masking his true feelings about the situation. The baronet's casual dismissal left the princess completely stunned by his abrupt tone. Her casual joke about needing a lucky charm hung awkwardly in the air. The fleeting moment hangs suspended, ending with a sudden realization. The baronet's flippant dismissal left the princess stunned by his abrupt departure. He had just dismissed her request for a lucky charm, but Princess Lucy immediately tried to stop him from leaving. The princess looked on, clearly taken aback by his sudden departure. The locals, expecting a soft touch, prepared for the rumored strongman's arrival. Despite his grand departure plans, an unexpected reaction caused him to pause in stunned silence. The princess recoiled, startled by his sudden, aloof pronouncements about leaving. The princess, realizing the gravity of the situation, stopped the baronet just as he was about to depart. The baronet dismissed his concerned disciples, setting the stage for a private discussion with the princess. Her look of casual dismissal was jarring after her surprising sincerity moments before. Somehow, this man's actions feel eerily familiar to her. The princess, seeing his resolute nature, finally concedes to the request. The baronet's jovial suggestion about a lucky charm was met with immediate, intense shock. Brusquely dismissing the princess's plea, he commanded silence and escape. Even as he dismissed her request for a charm, a sudden, dazzling moment of shared closeness sealed their unspoken understanding. The princess's hasty suggestion, meant as a jest, caused a sudden, overwhelmed reaction. The princess watched him retreat, an unexpected feeling of familiarity washing over her. The princess, already flustered by his sudden departure, is left reeling from the strange interaction. The baronet's casual dismissal of the princess's concern only deepened her confusion about his sudden departure. The baronet, leaving his strange request lingering, departs into the bright daylight. Whispers of the incoming ruler carry through the relentless snowstorm. The locals traded hushed words about the newcomer, one confirming the shocking rumors with a knowing smile. The local whispers, detailing the supposed fallen status of the celebrated hero, now set the stage. Baronet Blizzard slammed his mug down, the gesture commanding the room's attention. He now understood the weight of his promise, forcing a grim resolution onto his shoulders. The baronet looked unwell, prompting the princess to pause their conversation. The turbulent skies above Carolyn signaled the dramatic arrival of a new chapter. The failed egg hunters realized the danger they were in, cursing their luck. The challenge was laid bare, yet he stood firm on his word as lord. The brutal, icy blow lands, eliciting a choked cry of pain. The defeated warrior screams in anguish, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The attacker rushed forward, checking on the downed Luia after their failed attempt to steal the eggs. The shock of the sudden defeat lingered as the warrior gasped, trapped and utterly overwhelmed. A primal roar echoes as the monstrous wyvern descends upon the desperate villagers. With a final, agonizing screech, the giant beast's jaws snapped shut, defeated. The immediate danger had finally passed. The baronet, clad in dark fabric, moves with incredible speed against the stark white backdrop. The sheer force of the impact is visually deafening as the blade cleaves through the space. The wyvern's terrifying roar echoes as the man pushes back against the monstrous beast. The successful retrieval of the wyvern's egg seemed to bring a moment of stunned realization to the survivor. The overwhelming presence assured the relieved person they were finally safe from harm. The warrior recoiled, the news that the man before him was the new baronet clearly shaking his resolve. Blizzard's grim, resolute expression confirmed he would not back down from the high-stakes wager. The surprised villager's exclamation was instantly cut short by a powerful, unseen force slicing through the air. The sound of the confrontation had barely faded, yet the target was already nowhere to be seen. Max, the supposed greatest warrior, could only stare in shock as the bet was accepted. The promise is sealed, and now, there is no turning back from this bold challenge. The newly appointed baronet, Blizzard, settled into his seat, observing the desolate state of his new domain. The assembled delegates remained utterly silent, witnessing the awkward standoff. Max, the warrior of Carolyn, finally faces the newcomer. The defeated warrior, Max, now had to face the true challenge. The new lord. The new baronet stared down the warrior, his previous offer hanging heavy in the tense air. Blizzard's confident, predatory smirk promises a decisive victory in this reckless challenge. The heavy silence of the snow-covered manor was broken by a sudden, loud sound. Max, cornered by his own challenge, grits his teeth in grim acceptance of the wager. The villagers, beaten down by the previous encounter, watched the proceedings with grim anticipation. The astonished onlookers react to the unprecedented challenge laid down by their champion. The renowned warrior, Max, observed the newcomers with sharp suspicion, while his companion reacted with visible distress. The crowd watched intently as the warrior, Max, delivered his unwavering commitment. The sound of the door breaking echoed sharply, startling the man in shock. The warrior, Max, accepts the impossible challenge laid out by the new baronet. The stakes were set, the promise sealed. The challenge was about to begin with a determined stomp. Max stood firm, preparing to meet the self-proclaimed baronet's challenge head-on. Arriving in the square, Blizzard notes the unexpected gathering of villagers. The villagers, drawn by the commotion, converged, witnessing the arrival of the legendary warrior. Max's swift, overwhelming technique left the warrior stunned and defeated in moments. The villagers watch as the Lord's unexpected savior embraces him, a look of profound realization crossing the woman's face. The baronet's unnerving confidence elicits a shocked, sputtering reply. The shock registers as the proposal hangs in the biting, cold air. The great warrior Max observes the chilling, desolate scene of Carolyn, his expression grim. The defeated foe reflects on the astonishing power displayed, acknowledging a feat even he would struggle to achieve. The defeated man scratches his head in disbelief amidst the swirling snow. The raw power behind that capture was clear, leaving the vanquished opponent unable to move. The warrior, humbled by the newcomer's strength, reached out, acknowledging a higher power. Max stared, the cold biting deep, as the Lord's challenge echoed in the snowy square. The warrior, though defeated, still held an air of defiance toward the newcomer. The warrior paused, his previous bravado faltering as he considered the weight of the new baronet's actions. Having demonstrated his prowess, the new baronet shifts tactics, catching Max off guard with a proposal. The biting cold of Carolyn settled over the frozen landscape, a perfect backdrop for the high-stakes challenge. The potent, fiery liquid of Fenna begins to pour, promising a legendary contest. The supposed warrior, Max, struggles to process the arrival of the new authority figure. Max, cornered by the new lord's aggressive challenge, can only stand there in shock. The warrior met the baronet's challenging gaze, his own resolve hardening. The gathered crowd murmured loudly, their attention fixed on the imposing figure of Max. Blizzard affirmed his word, setting the stage for the intense confrontation. The crowd gathered, watching the unlikely duel of wills commence over a table laden with potent Fenna. The daunting challenge was laid out, a row of formidable mugs awaiting the contest. Max stared down the baronet, his intense gaze leaving no room for retreat. A hand rushes forward as the imposing figure waits, his composure unbroken by the sudden movement. The sheer volume of drink finally overwhelmed the mighty champion. The victorious challenger quickly steps in as Max finally succumbs to the alcohol. Despite his stubborn insistence, the confrontation was abruptly halted. The solemn lord interrupts the moment, pouring what seems like an aggressive measure of liquor. Despite the intense drinking match, the crowd watched in disbelief, wondering how Max remained unaffected. Despite his state, the man insists he can push through the drinking contest. His desperate defiance boiled over, forcing down another massive gulp of defiance. The tension in the room was palpable as they absorbed the shocking news, a collective, nervous swallow. The relentless drinking continued, a desperate attempt to push past his perceived limits. Their sudden, aggressive reaction confirmed the gravity of the situation Lord was outlining. The defeated man slammed his heavy mug down, the impact reverberating loudly. The powerful brushstroke heralds the start of Chapter 16, Preparation for Migration. A chilling, self-satisfied smirk confirmed his intentions were far from over. The boastful contender finally collapsed, defeated by the overwhelming tide of drink. The challenger's shock was evident as the impossible happened before his eyes. The silent, commanding figure turns, the aftermath of the drinking contest fading into his new directive. The victorious figure stands dramatically over the spoils of the drinking contest, his stern gaze locked onto the others, a silent, powerful command hanging in the air. The Lord's solemn decree hangs in the crisp, cold air, setting the stage for the coming relocation. The imposing Lord, seated upon his throne, finally breaks his silence. The gathered crowd shifts uneasily as the Lord makes his declaration. The Lord stood silent, letting the gravity of his sudden, bold decree settle upon the stunned gathering. His wide, intense eyes suggest a seriousness that brooks no argument. Their shocked expressions betrayed their uncertainty regarding the drastic relocation plan. Luya clarifies, trying to reassure the concerned gathering. The Lord's declaration hung heavy, met with shock as the command to move settled in. Luya seemed far too calm, considering the serious implications of his pronouncement. The command is stark, illuminated by the ominous glow of a large, hovering compass. A sudden, panicked outburst erupts as the Lord's shocking decree sinks in. He surveyed the vast, snow-capped expanse, the brilliant sunrise illuminating his resolve. The Lord chuckles softly, his booming voice questioning the sanity of his own proposal. I was too frustrated back then to offer a proper greeting. I am Luya. Despite the imposing threat of the ice ogre, his expression remained surprisingly unbothered. Despite his initial shock, the Lord seemed resigned, sweat beading on his brow as he absorbed the command. His chilling smirk confirmed the inescapable truth of the situation. The ensuing chaotic clash erupted in a flurry of brutal power and crimson spray. The declaration hung in the air, met only by stunned disbelief from the assembled group. Luya settles in, his tone softening as he addresses the concerns raised after the relocation announcement. The meeting concludes abruptly under the cold, imposing sky of the castle grounds. Luya stretched, breaking the tense air of the grand hall after making his shocking decree. His intense gaze confirms the seriousness of his sudden directive, meeting the assembled crowd's shock. Back then, I was too frustrated to properly greet you. I'm Luya. After establishing the dire necessity for the migration, the Lord continues, his intent clear and unnerving. The Lord's surprising pronouncement left the assembled crowd in stunned silence. Luya steps forward, a knowing, slightly smug expression settling on his features. The journey nears its end as the imposing structure comes into view. The terrifying sight of the returning wyvern sent shockwaves of pure terror through the remaining residents. The Lord stared down at the sleeping ice wyvern hatchlings, their gentle forms nestled together. The villagers' shock reached a peak as they registered the true implications of Sial Mudok's plan. The White Castle's renaming was accepted, but the reappearance of the wyverns caused immediate distress. Even after arriving at this new sanctuary, why are the wyverns still present? The Lord's plan was bold, but the subordinates seemed utterly aghast at the implication. The master clasped his hands over his ears as the hatchlings devolved into chaotic, demanding chaos. The revelation hit hard. This gentle figure was the legendary mother of ice wyverns. The aides stared, clearly exasperated by the master's decision. Having secured their destination, the final task remained, getting the baby wyverns back to their new home. Stunned by the thought of a journey so grand, the subordinate questions the mysterious destination named Texton. The subordinate clearly struggled to comprehend the Lord's outrageous demands concerning the noisy hatchlings. The Lord's realization hangs heavy as the wyverns are finally about to return to the White Castle. The White Castle's new resident finally makes her presence known, rising to confront the imposing figure. His smug grin confirmed he had one final, brilliant scheme ready to deploy. Chapter 17. White Castle. A chilling force descends upon the frozen landscape. The group followed closely behind Lord Sial Mudok, pressing onward through the harsh, icy terrain. The warriors, exhausted from the journey, finally see their destination and recognize their lord's return. The people, exhausted from 3 days and nights of travel, voiced their lingering fatigue and doubt. The Lord, standing amidst the icy landscape, pondered his next move as the villagers looked on. The people, worn down by days of travel, look up as the Lord prepares to address them. With the White Castle established, the final piece of the plan was ready to be put in place. Despite the arduous trek, the refugees still clung to their uncertainty. The sword slammed down, meeting resistance with an explosive surge of chilling energy. His shock turns to furious disbelief as the wyverns appear, disrupting his carefully laid plans. His glowing eyes fixed, he unleashed a furious, echoing command. The unexpected appearance of the wyverns left the newly arrived mage utterly speechless. The arrival was dramatic, signaling the end of their long journey to this frigid new territory. The revelation that they were nearly at their destination jolted the refugee with sheer surprise. A cold, confident smile spread across his face as he prepared to deliver his grand announcement. The woman stared, utterly shocked by the sight of the creatures suddenly returning. They stood before the vast, frigid expanse, the air thick with snow. Emerging from the long journey, the travelers were stunned silent by the revelation before them. As the imposing cavern walls surrounded them, Lord Sial Mudok looked up, the silence broken only by the falling ice crystals. The refugees stared in awe as their leader appeared, finally eliciting a reaction. As the exhausted people arrived, they were stunned to find warmth amidst the harsh environment. The arrival at the mysterious destination leaves the women shocked and unsettled by the strange sights. The imposing lord stands ready as the refugees finally reach the promised destination. Witnessing the triumphant arrival, the gathered people erupted in cheers, their faith reaffirmed. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place. The baby wyverns had to be brought back to their new home. With a flourish, he presented their new sanctuary, the White Castle. The confident woman flashed a predatory grin, ready to implement her brilliant, mind-changing scheme. The shock of the revelation gives way to his command, directing the placement of the mysterious objects. The sudden appearance of the wyverns elicited a sharp, guttural shock from the mage. The energy coalesces, and a potent lightning bolt is unleashed. The baby wyverns were finally returned, sparking immediate, confused reactions from those present. With the city named, the last piece of his plan materialized, summoning the baby wyverns back to White Castle. Startled by the sudden, glowing presence, the other man reels back in shock. The confrontation erupted, a clash between green energy and an intense, glowing blue manifestation. The mage's sudden appearance stops the wyvern's return, introducing a new, unwelcome variable. A sudden, explosive surge of power emanated from him, drawing a sharp, astonished reaction. A sudden, desperate grip chokes the air from the mage's lungs. The sudden, overwhelming display of power struck the man down, leaving him breathless. The sudden arrival of the wyverns shattered the fragile calm, eliciting an immediate, shocked reaction. The serene arrival was instantly shattered by the terrifying presence of another mage. The cavern shakes violently as the captured man screams in shock and pain. The threat of death finally loosens the Count's paralysis, leaving him vulnerable before Azent. The sheer force of the aura radiated an intimidating, chilling power. With the paralysis lifted, Count Jerome finally struggled to speak, his relief overshadowed by the dire situation. The Count, now restored, looked up in sudden alarm as the small figure spoke. The newly freed servant tentatively questioned the impossible request to heal the wyverns. Seeing the true power of his captors, the baronet could only desperately reach out in terror. A strange, geometric artifact lay silent upon the cold, rocky ground, awaiting its fate. The former lord, terrified, could only whimper as the physical paralysis lifted. The baronet's arrogance was met with a chilling, intense rebuttal. The paralyzed count, now freed, could only stare into the gloom above him. As the pressure was finally removed, the paralyzed count could only utter a confused, shocked gasp. The baronet's plea for equality was violently dismissed as the pressure intensified. The count, having regained control, leaned down over the defeated baronet. The paralysis lifted, but the sheer force radiating from Azent was palpable. With the captive healed and the command given, the tension lingers as they finally depart. The pressure released. The baronet staggered, finally able to move again. The count's intense, glowing gaze demanded immediate compliance from the newly healed man. The former count, now recovering, points toward the incapacitated wyverns, awaiting his next command. The baronet, realizing his master's unusual command, felt a sharp internal dissonance. The count's unsettling grin promised compliance, but his eyes betrayed something far more sinister. The oppressive pressure lifted, leaving the baronet shaken and gasping on the cold stone. The chapter transition gives way to a moment of disbelief, catching the narrator off guard. The daunting stack of paperwork lay before him, a testament to the administrative nightmare of managing the territory. The pressure was finally lifted, but the threat of death still hung heavy in the air. The official questions the feasibility of securing tax exemption given the nobility's inevitable resistance. The young noble sighed deeply, momentarily pausing to adjust his glasses as he absorbed the weight of the situation. The impossibility of the tax exemption weighed heavily on the weary lord. The tense discussion about the capital's response was momentarily paused by this imposing figure. As expected, the true obstacle to tax reform lies with the recalcitrant nobles. The intense pressure finally released, leaving the count shaken but able to move again. Having dismissed the political obstacles, a new, surprising possibility was presented. The lord, satisfied with the compliance, simply agrees to the bizarre instruction. The hardened warriors of Carolyn, now assembled, awaited the lord's directive with focused anticipation. The newly appointed lord then reassured the skeptical man with a reassuring touch. The heavily scarred man, the suspicious young warrior, and the fiercely determined woman stood ready. The Lord declared his intent, his confidence unwavering despite the obstacles ahead. The Lord reveals his true, predatory intent. Hunt the ice wyverns and steal their eggs. The warriors stood ready, their anticipation echoing in the tense silence. The assembled warriors waited anxiously for the Lord's next command. The sheer abundance of the reward glittered before their eyes. The elf stares impassively while the newly released baronet clutches his head in disbelief. With his body finally freed, the former noble faces the two imposing figures. Seeing the shock, C.L. Moodle's expression twisted into a knowing, almost sinister grin, igniting fierce loyalty. The warriors roared their commitment to the audacious plan. The nobleman, now identified as Jerome, stands surrounded by his men, waiting for a response. The Lord, now focused on securing his vision, asks pointedly about the political hurdles of tax exemption. So maybe it's possible because it's the same case. The Lord considered his next calculated move amidst the lingering tension. The Lord, now fully recovered, stared intensely, assessing the situation before him. A chilling, wide grin and glowing eyes announced his readiness for battle, backed by his imposing phantom allies. With the recruitment complete, the immediate next step was ensuring readiness for the perilous wyvern hunt. This time I'll make sure things change. As the mysterious figure finished commanding the healing, a haunting image surfaced of a young woman floating peacefully in the water. Having secured the baronet's cooperation, the path forward was finally clear. With a maniacal grin, he commanded everyone to disperse immediately. The immense pressure of the ensuing battle culminates in a blinding, explosive impact. The furious battle continued to rage across the icy landscape. The ensuing confrontation erupts in a flash of violent energy and screams. The air bursts with the impact as the desperate cry rings out, confirming the blow landed true. The Lord's fierce resolve silenced their fear, solidifying their loyalty with a promise of protection. The final count ends as a desperate hand reaches through the icy descent. The sharp, icy sound effects underscore the immediate danger of whatever trap has been sprung. The monstrous ice wyvern roared, its form momentarily captured in a blur of impact and sheer power. The Lord surveyed his subordinates, clearly expecting their commitment after his imposing display of protection. The Lord stood firm, a calculating gaze hidden behind his glasses, ready to address the villagers' growing fear. The dramatic tension resolves as the master's grand plan is finally revealed. The Lord's conviction rings out, challenging their hesitation after he saved them from the ice ogre. The confrontation ends with the Lord's crew erupting in triumphant cheers, fueled by the success of their intimidating display. The intense pink glow pulsed, underscoring the gravity of the situation unfolding with Sabina. The overwhelming power of the wyvern erupted in a blinding, shocking flash of light. The imposing ice wyvern is struck down by the swift, powerful attack of the newcomer. Seeing Gale's competence, the locals were clearly impressed by their new, capable lord. The mysterious man, Gale, is the subject of intense curiosity after his dramatic appearance. Now, a chilling realization dawns on the Lord as he reviews the file, his power flaring red. The man, bleeding and battered, grits his teeth, the fight clearly taking its toll. He seems like a decent guy, and looking at how he was getting along well with the locals. The urgency of the situation was clear. The subordinates quickly affirmed their obedience to the master's command. The urgency of the situation pressed down, drawing a shocked gasp from the listener. Leo rushed Sabina away, heading towards the training grounds as the master focused on the strange flower. His maniacal grin confirmed his utter contempt for the situation. The leader was demanding total compliance. The confrontation continued, a brutal display of force as the Lord's attack brought forth cries of pain. The master's plan was accepted, but just as he started explaining the rewards, chaos erupted. His unsettling grin promised a twisted outcome to the newly formed alliance. The newly hatched wyvern is adorable, but the focus shifts immediately to the grander vision of trade routes. The Lord pondered the implications of his grand plan, a thoughtful hum escaping him. His eyes glowed with sinister conviction as he pressed his advantage over the workers. The crowd listened in stunned silence as their leader demanded everything. With the hunters now galvanized by his assurance, the Lord dramatically addresses the assembled villagers. The master's stern, commanding presence silences the room as his fury boils over. The urgency of the unfolding crisis cut through the remaining conversation. His conviction solidified. A determined fist struck the air, ready for action. The excited villagers looked on, anticipating their leader's next move. The urgent call breaks the tense silence as someone rushes toward the master. The urgency of Sabina's collapse cuts through the triumph of the plan. His urgent news shattered the moment of success, forcing the leader to stop mid-sentence. The realization hits him with terrifying clarity. Sabina is in mortal danger. Clutching the collapsed Sabina, her companion urgently presses the precious flower into her hands. Breathless, Sabina offered her thanks, leaning heavily into her companion's embrace. The joyous mood shatters as the severity of Sabina's collapse hits home. Terror grips the children beside her. They returned, clutching the rare glacial flower, only for the journey to end in sudden distress. The Lord surveyed the situation with a firm gaze, declaring his intentions. As he gently wiped her brow, the weight of her sudden collapse settled heavily upon him. With his companions watching in horror, the master immediately checked on the collapsed sister. The sheer expanse of the glacial flower field steals their breath away in stunned awe. She still wanted to share this beautiful flower with the master. The tension mounts as the Lord addresses the kneeling hunters about the future of their wyvern-raised business. A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the tense discussion about the wyvern plan. The desperate plea echoes as the master gently holds the fragile, luminous flower. The master's face contorts in disbelief and dawning horror at the sight of the rare snow ice flower. Grasping the strange, glowing bloom, his mind races to identify it. The moment of triumph is shattered as an urgent plea breaks the silence. The Lord's sinister grin confirmed his terrifying ambition. Now, they were his to command. The sound of impact echoed through the room as Sabina was struck. Meanwhile, the prison cell waited, holding the consequences of recent unrest. Sir Max's sharp gaze met the room, cutting through the simmering tension. Leo held the unconscious Sabina close, urgently awaiting his master's next command. Sabina stirred weakly, her breathing shallow and ragged after the ordeal. The imposing leader gently reassured the children standing before him. The mysterious glacial flower, now stabilized in his hand, was the key to his goals. With practiced ease, he carefully extracts the essence of the glacial flower. The master's immense control channels the chilling essence of the glacial flower. With his careful manipulation, he gently checks her breathing, the moment pregnant with tension. His gentle touch channeled the stabilizing chi, overwhelming the remaining cold within her. Leo's heart pounds as he watches Sabina, calling out her name urgently. Sabina snapped awake, bewildered by the sudden shift from unconsciousness. Sabina answers, her voice weak but compliant, acknowledging the master's immense power washing over her. Sabina breathes out, her internal energy surging as she finally overcomes the glacial cold. Her eyes snapped open, the shock and returning consciousness evident in that wide, disoriented gaze. Sabina collapses from the extreme cold, startling the onlookers. Sabina stirred, finally losing consciousness after the intense energy stabilization. Did the treatment put her out? The newly stabilized Sabina stirred, now ready for the next step in her journey. With Sabina stabilized, Leo knew their next step was visiting the flower's source to hasten his own goals. Sabina, recovering from the near-fatal cold, offered her opinion with a subtle, calculating gesture. Standing before his assembled followers, Sial Mudok's intense presence commanded their full attention. Sial Mudok declared his formidable new unit, the Blizzard Night Order. The tension in the security report escalated as Schuert was directly accused of petty theft by Max. With the main preparations complete, the White Castle began to see its structure shift towards Sial Mudok's grand vision. Agreeing with the severity, the discussion moved forward, outlining the current situation in the castle. His reply was short, yet filled with deep, unvoiced fear of the consequences. Sabina boldly interjects, suggesting a plan utilizing the imprisoned fugitives. Eager to prove his worth, One individual loudly volunteers for the dangerous task. The initial preparations for the new order continued, with one worker confirming an inventory item. A few days later, the exhausted Sabina finally arrived, panting heavily. Jerome, the appointed aide, rushes in with his baggage, desperately trying to catch up. Sabina, recovering but still making a grand entrance, interrupts the ongoing council meeting. Max vehemently argued his actions were noble self-defense, drawing a sharp retort from the rogue man. The meeting commenced, but Sabina's sudden, cheerful appearance caught everyone by surprise. Sabina, still recovering, is directed to take a seat as the meeting commences. Sir Max, stunned by the proposal, could only stare as Sabina laid out her calculated plan. As Osborne presented his report, the terrifying shadows of his summoned entities loomed behind him. The argument escalated as Sir Max vehemently defended his actions, contrasting them with the petty crimes alleged against Captain Short. With the meeting underway, the newly recovered Sabina quietly takes her seat among the assembled leaders. Sir Max recoiled in outrage at the blatant comparison between his noble cause and petty theft. Sir Max recoiled slightly from Sabina's bold suggestion. With Sabina stabilized, Leo's next goal involves visiting the flower field where the snow ice flower was found. Sir Max is interjecting now, ready to offer his perspective on the situation. The nobleman, shocked by the rapidly escalating arrests, could only stare as the proceedings continued. The White Castle meeting continues as Sabina, now recovered, offers her input. "May I tell you about my opinion?" Sabina interrupts the heated exchange, her expression urgent. The aggressive debate over the captured fugitives quickly escalated into chaos. He readily agreed to Sabina's dark suggestion regarding the prisoners. The impact echoed sharply as the creature stamped its massive foot down. A deafening impact echoes, confirming the brute force of the creature's defense. The terrifying impact of the attack echoes through the frozen landscape. The fight was desperate, but they had managed to evade the initial assault from the Grade 1 escapee Gregor. Despite the initial impact, the blow was completely deflected. The powerful brute charges, clearly undeterred by the initial clash. The desperate cry alerts his comrade as they launch a coordinated, close-quarters counterattack. The impact failed to penetrate. This creature's hide is impossibly dense. The massive creature's blow, intended for the assassin, barely landed, met only by a glancing impact. Despite the force of the impact, the man roared in defiance, his attack having been completely nullified. Caught in the shockwave, he desperately wondered if he could even manage an escape. A sharp warning echoes as the counterattack slams in. The unexpected force of the attack met the massive creature with a brilliant flash. The force of the impact reverberates through the scene, confirming the attack did not penetrate. The counterattack was devastating. A flurry of sharp blows left the monster reeling in pain. The shocking suggestion hangs in the air, using prisoners as frontline cannon fodder. His knowing smirk confirmed the baronet recognized this formidable new threat immediately. The aggressive movement was deflected, but the sheer impact stunned the young woman. The initial attack connects, but the sheer impact of the blow is immediately evident. The failed attack only served to enrage the massive brute. The celebratory mood was brief, as the conversation shifted back to the mission's success. The attack was completely ineffective, confirming the creature's formidable defense. Suddenly, a figure spots movement amidst the icy terrain, shouting a clear warning. The masked figure and his comrade close in, alerted to the proximity of danger. A sudden, tense sound cuts through the dense forest air. The masked hunter readied his bow, agreeing with the implied strategy. The force of the attack slammed into the surface, the sound echoing sharply. The realization of the danger was immediate. Even the masked warriors swallowed hard. The previous impact registered, but the strange creature's hide proved incredibly resilient. The massive attack connects, a resounding impact shaking the air. The impact registered, leaving the baronet utterly bewildered by the unknown force. The immediate danger passed. The baronet resolved to face this threat head-on. The baronet smiles knowingly, having heard prior information about this formidable creature. The attack bounced right off the massive body, showing its incredible durability. The captain's focus returns, sensing a crucial piece of information about the Yeti. The commander's disbelief turned to alarm upon hearing the grim news. The baronet's chilling assessment hung in the frosty air, confirming his certainty. He was already sure of the creature's identity after witnessing the failed attack. The successful attack confirmed their suspicion. This monster possessed unbelievable durability. Baronet confirmed the attacker's identity, asking if it was truly a monster. Captain Schur demands a full accounting of the strange events. The failed attack causes a massive, chilling reverberation across the frozen landscape. The team, shaken by the news, looked to their leader, who prepared to act. He finally confirmed his suspicions. This creature was definitely something he knew. The commander's directive was clear. His subordinates affirmed their readiness for the next dangerous phase. A swift, unseen force slices through the snowy, frozen landscape. The baronet charges forward, an aura of intense power emanating from him. The conversation shifts from celebratory boasts to a shared moment of respite over tea. The attack had no effect. The beast's very mind flared with immense power. The baronet confirmed his suspicion. Whatever he struck was incredibly durable. The impact rings out, yet the immense figure remains completely unfazed by the strike. The attack bounced right off. That huge guy's body must be tough. The attack bounced right off. That huge guy's body must be tough. The monster's powerful roar echoed, showing its immediate rage and aggressive stance. The strike lands with shocking force, radiating dark energy against the white fur. The shock of the failed attack registers, confirming the brute strength of this unknown foe. The attack proved futile against the creature's immense toughness. Now, the truth is undeniable. The savage beast roared, its attack meeting a barrier of chilling blue energy. The sudden vanishing of that formidable beast left only the swirling snow and the chilling silence of the winter woods. The terrifying beast, so ferocious moments ago, is now utterly paralyzed by the sheer weight of my martial presence. The creature, moments before an imminent strike, has simply vanished. My overwhelming pressure momentarily froze the beastly creature. Now, I cut through the air with a final, resolute command. The resounding impact echoes across the frozen landscape, marking the moment of contact. The instantaneous spatial leap left the beast frozen, shocked by the sudden shift in the fight's momentum. The powerful impact rips through the air, the sound effect illustrating the sheer force colliding with the ground. That moment of terror passed as the beast-like glare vanished with a sudden burst of light. He vanished into thin air, leaving only stunned silence in the swirling snow. The magical flash fades, leaving behind only the biting cold and the stark, silent woods. The boy's frantic use of magic was only capable of momentarily holding off the powerful sorcerer. The spectral residue of the vanished beast hangs momentarily in the air. The sheer intensity of his vanished power momentarily stunned the pursuer. The sudden, blinding flash of light indicated the creature had vanished through spatial magic. The flash of spatial magic vanished, leaving only a deep, unnerving silence in the blizzard. TCH. He vanished, but I can still sense his residual energy nearby. Despite the shocking display of magic, his arrogant dismissal remained firm. Even the mighty warrior, whose power I just felt, was momentarily stunned by the spatial magic's escape. The earth trembles under the sudden cessation of conflict. That moment of terror, realizing the sheer impossibility of his foe's power, was now replaced by confusion. The vanished beast reappears within a strange, dusty hall. A library. The instantaneous spatial jump had deposited the quarry right here, inside this eerie, dusty archive. The sheer improbability of a library appearing in this desolate landscape left Jerome momentarily speechless. Confronted by the overwhelming presence, the legendary warrior could only whimper in terror. Seeing the immediate aftermath of the revelation, the young man's composure finally shattered. The great warrior, Kandil, recoiled from the realization that no one had actually died. Heal Kandil's injuries. Yes, Lord. And his name is Kandil. My momentary lapse allowed him to slip away, but I know he's still close by. Even after confirming the conflict was a misunderstanding, he still pondered the sheer power he witnessed. The teleportation vanished, leaving only this impossibly situated structure behind. The mighty warrior's furious blow slammed against the wall, trapping the terrified Yeti against the stone. The warrior's sudden, angry reaction contrasted sharply with Kondal's bewildered, sweating face. The Yeti recoiled, caught in the brilliant discharge of spatial magic, its fear palpable. Kondal, overwhelmed by Jerome's authority, could only stammer out a broken acknowledgement. The massive creature roared, its wild energy momentarily frozen by the sheer weight of the martial power it sensed. The stunned warrior seemed to recoil as the figure before him asserted their presence. He landed within the dusty confines of the apparent library, still reeling from the sudden appearance. Despite the odd behavior, the Lord decides to move on, demanding Kondal's sanctuary location. Anyway, putting aside all those details about teleportation. With a violent thud, the great warrior Kondal and the others lay scattered within the eerie, deserted library. The aide confirms the Yeti's account while consulting his texts, looking over the strange damage. The warrior's assertion clashes with the memory of their desperate expressions. No one actually died. The captive warrior, Kondal, sits amidst the onlookers, awaiting a response. Confrontation shifts abruptly as the group finds themselves inside the hidden library, facing the Yeti. The main warrior confirmed the Yeti's name was Kondal, while his attendant looked on. The healing magic begins, promising a brief sting for the great warrior. The servant, Henry, steps forward, preparing to relay the updated timeline. After confirming no deaths occurred, Kondal's expression shifted entirely. The imposing figure questions the strange use of address. With the Yeti now treated, Jerome sensed the Lord's impatience returning. The mysterious glowing artifact hovered between Jerome and the creature's powerful, furred arm. The worried attendant interrupts the Lord, interrupting his contemplative moment. With the immediate threat resolved, the focus shifted back to their original agenda. Henry remained silent, processing the unbelievable confirmation that Kondal's people were merely injured, not killed. The sudden, overwhelming shock causes the figure to collapse, face buried in their arms. The dazzling morning sun illuminates the cobblestone streets, emphasizing the sudden, quiet stillness of the town square. The messenger gasped in relief, seeing the Lord Swordsman finally arrive. The Lord Swordsman reaffirms his promise, enveloped by the heady romance of red roses. The shock of the unexpected collapse registered instantly. It was him. The commotion abruptly stops as Jerome rushes forward to check on the fallen individual. The sudden, immense creature looms, causing utter shock as its icy form descends upon them. The raw power emanating from the discovered artifact caused a violent shockwave, sending onlookers scattering. The intensity of the artifact's aura caused Jerome to gasp, his hidden treasure suddenly exposed. The intense energy emanating from the relic made Jerome freeze mid-sentence. Her victorious grin was one of sheer, almost maniacal delight. The man is utterly shocked by the arrival of the fearsome ice wyvern. The monstrous entity, capable of rivaling a night squad, reacted with sheer disbelief to its mundane task. The shocking revelation hangs heavy, but the ecstatic messenger is already fixated on his next question. Jerome's sudden, intense reaction caused the noblewoman to pause, utterly surprised by his alarm. The master's magnificent beast stands ready as the envelope is presented for delivery to that person. His predatory grin, complete with a golden tooth, showed he knew exactly what he was looking for. The princess, receiving the Lord's letter, maintained an outwardly composed yet intensely focused demeanor over her cup. The tense quiet of their afternoon meeting was suddenly shattered by a forceful noise. The intensity of his focus caused the delicate china cup to clatter onto the saucer, interrupting the quiet moment. His knowing smirk suggests he has no intention of making things easy for the princess. His demeanor remained unchanged, taking a slow, measured sip of the dark liquid. Well, it wouldn't be fun if she gave in too easily. His arrogant confidence was clear as he sipped his drink, the unspoken reply hanging in the air. The tension breaks as the maid whispers a shocking secret, causing a strong reaction. The princess dismissed the remaining pleasantries, eager to move on. The intense invitation was delivered, but Princess Eshel barely acknowledged the formality. The princess's eyes went wide, betraying a sudden, profound shock at the arrival of the letter. His glowing eye confirms his compliance, cementing his loyalty to the princess's command. With a formal exchange complete, the princess and her attendant depart, leaving the gathering behind them. His hand slams down, the force shattering the silence and drawing immediate attention. The mounting frustration explodes into pure, dark fury as he screams the insult. The princess, deeply engaged in correspondence, finally reviewed the sealed letter delivered by the mysterious messenger. The formal introduction gives way to the handwritten message, a personal appeal from across the distance. The princess, though indifferent to others, softens as she reads the heartfelt words from the distant man. The stark beauty of the ice caves was complemented by the warmth of the springs. The princess reads the heartfelt message accompanying the mysterious gift from Karen Blizzard. Her composure shattered instantly as the familiar aura overwhelmed her senses. The beautiful, crystalline flower rests in their palm, a silent promise or token of affection. The overwhelming sense of longing and melancholy washed over her again. The princess, perhaps overcome by emotion or the heat of the moment, wipes her brow, clutching the correspondence. The otherworldly light emanating from the crystal flower left her momentarily speechless. The envelope was placed down, the weight of the royal invitation finally resting on the table. The princess's frustration boiled over. She had to confront him personally. The intense aura exploded around him as he held the fragile, glowing bloom aloft. The crystal flower materializes, radiating an intense, otherworldly glow in his grip. The powerful lord, momentarily weakened, clutches a glowing object as an aide rushes in with urgent news. They approach the blinding, ethereal blue light emanating from within the cavern depths. He realized the object on Jerome's waist was emitting an intense aura. The breathless announcement of an incredible find hangs in the air, demanding Jerome's immediate attention. The messenger's endless, irritating droning only further confirmed her deep, unwavering boredom. The excitement of the discovery was almost too much for him to contain. The sheer magnitude of the discovery clearly overwhelmed Jerome. Even for this usually composed individual, his weak attempt to downplay the retrieved item was immediately undermined by the surge of intense magical energy. The scholar gasped in shock as the imposing figure presented the mysterious pouch with a predatory grin. His intense gaze remained fixed, perhaps recognizing the artifact hanging around his neck. His intense gaze reflected a deep, sudden recognition, tying the rumors back to his own origins. The luminous crystals spilled out, making him question the unexpected sight. The glowing mana stone reflected his intense, knowing gaze. The air crackles as he confesses his stagnation. The truth finally laid bare. The mage's conviction, fueled by frustration, finally yields to acceptance of the long path ahead. The realization of his folly hit him, leaving him momentarily stunned by the gravity of the situation. The mention of the Grand Sword Master sent a visible shockwave through him. The mage pleaded his case, but the final judgment was swift and absolute. The chilling implication of the Grand Sword Master sinks in, causing an intense reaction. He finally conceded that shortcuts don't lead to true enlightenment in magic. The sheer power of the mana waterfall engulfed him as he finally grasped the true meaning of magical advancement. The master's wisdom settled the mage's anxious heart, reminding him of the true path to growth. "Jerome," he softly called out, his words a gentle anchor in the somber silence. His sharp, intense gaze showed a sudden realization dawning after the master's words. The mesmerizing magic formations illustrate the stone's potential for power amplification and defensive barriers, confirming the application of the mana stone. Can it really achieve communication without a mage? The mage holds the luminous mana stone aloft, its brilliant light reflecting his serious resolve against a vast, turbulent backdrop. He sipped his drink, the heavy scent of plum blossoms suddenly connecting everything in his mind. The initial astonishment gave way to immediate compliance after the Lord's decisive command. The Lord's words sink in, a moment of quiet reflection amidst the harsh reality of his master's path. He finally understood the true value and potential held within this top-grade mana stone. His intense explanation of information speed deeply impressed the young mage, who now beamed with realization. The general grinned, grasping the glowing mana stone, finally ready to utilize this power. The majestic ice beast descends amidst the snowy peaks. Just as the commander prepares his next move with the glowing mana stone, the lord, holding the mana stone aloft, is called out to amidst the stark, snowy peaks. Jake's success with the communication stone draws an immediate, overwhelmed reaction from his subordinate. The revelation of another master from the Central Plains hits the white-haired man with shock. The Lord held the vibrant mana stone, the key to immense possibility. The revelation of a fellow traveler from the Central Plains hangs heavy in the air. His unsettling smile acknowledged the potential of his rival's skill. The assembled council reviewed the critical documents laid out before them, confirming the successful communication test. The focus shifts to the vital political intel within Edmund's detailed letter. The man's unsettling smile confirmed his awareness, startling the blonde woman with a sharp gasp. The detail in Edmund's letter, filled with unsettling script, catches his focused eye. The Lord explained the sheer importance of rapid intelligence sharing for governance. The revelation about the Grand Sword Master's origin hit them like a physical shockwave. The knight, shocked by the revelation, could only utter a stunned query. The shock of the realization hit him like a physical blow, demanding silence. The urgency of the messenger's report finally broke the concentration, demanding immediate attention back to vital matters. The advisors looked on, visibly unsettled by the sudden turn of events and the weighty implications of Anos's name. The sound of realization, an agonizing, sharp intake of breath in the darkness. This power, perhaps equivalent to the transformation realm in the Central Plains, was a shocking revelation. The lingering scent of plum blossoms caused a deep, unsettling recognition to dawn on him. The realization settled, his gaze intensifying as he processed the gravity of the revelation. The Lord inquired about any anomalies attached to the name Anos mentioned in Edmund's report. The unexpected, lingering scent of plum blossoms registers with stark disbelief. The familiar scent of plum blossoms triggered a profound realization. This must be Manhwa sect. The revelation of another traveler from the Central Plains shocks him to his core. Plum blossom swordsmanship. That scent is unmistakable. The sound of a swift movement cuts through the quiet night, signaling a dramatic arrival amidst falling petals. The fight ended in a flash, leaving behind only the scent of plum blossoms and the memory of Manhwa sect. Despite the opponent's skill, the true confrontation was about to begin. The broken man struggled for air, spitting blood as he fought to articulate his final, hateful word. The furious denial echoed against the frozen night, correcting the perceived insult about his disciple. The intense confrontation ended, leaving the hardened warrior gasping for air amidst the falling snow or ash. The profound weight of his past decisions settled heavily upon his shoulders as he contemplated the empty space before him. The weight of past conflicts and present resolve culminated in a forceful, definitive arrival. The official explained the true, grave meaning behind the royal visit. His followers could only stare, utterly stunned by the implications of his words. The terrifying arrival of the royal inspection group sends a shockwave through the court. He paused, the weight of his past colliding with this impossible reality. Is this reality, or just a fleeting dream? The terrifying reality of the inspection group hung heavy. Royal sightseeing or treasonous purges. The urgency of their arrival hits as the superior questions the brief time frame. The weight of his past love, Warion, settled heavily between them as Esheld confronted him. A momentary pause, a breath held within the shadowed confines of the room. The sudden, imposing banner whipped in the air, signaling the arrival of the inspection group at the castle gates. The painful reality settled in as the weight of reincarnation created an unbridgeable gap between them. The sudden, violent arrival shattered their tense waiting, confirming the inspection group was already on site. The crushing weight of his realization landed with a resonant thud. A frantic cry cuts through the tension as Justin, in full armor, confronts the arrival. The harsh reality settled in as her expression turned cold, cutting through his confession. The confrontation peaked as the Baron realized the danger. his pained grunt echoing the sudden assault. Her flustered reaction confirmed his deepest fears about the lingering shadow of Werion. Justin's immediate, aggressive action silenced any further accusations of rebellion. The weight of their confrontation hung heavy as the armored figures faced him, creating an undeniable impact. A tense silence followed the Baron's declaration, as Eschild's composure fractured. The princess, shining with excitement, immediately calls out his title. Princess Eschild, overwhelmed by the beauty of the crystal cave, exclaimed her delight. The crystalline cavern shimmered, amplifying the shock etched onto Eschild's face. The dazzling light of the crystal cave illuminated their approach, a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere between them. Her expression froze, caught between the dazzling beauty of the cave and a dawning realization. His confession of missing Eschild sent the princess into a state of dizzying, overwhelming shock. Even complicated realities, like the mystery of reincarnation, were beyond explanation to her now. He felt the affection she directed his way, yet knew it was rooted in the past. His own efforts to explain reincarnation felt futile against the weight of her existing emotions. The past collision of lives ends in a blinding flash of light. The inspection group, led by Princess Eschild, finally arrives at the crystal cave. The embrace was tight, a desperate clutch born of years of separation and misunderstanding. His confession of missing her was suddenly met with a chilling, analytical gaze. Eschild's inner turmoil was palpable, mirroring the shock radiating from the Baron. Deep within the crystalline cavern, he finally uttered the name he had sought. The princess's composure shattered, meeting Justin's intense gaze with stark terror. Eschild's direct, piercing question shattered the tender moment, eliciting sheer panic from Justin. Even this explanation, I realized, would fall flat against the gulf of time. Her heart shattered as she questioned if his affection truly belonged to her. His desperate plea was met with a sudden, heavy silence. Now she questioned the sincerity behind his gaze. A sudden, echoing swish announced their arrival into the shimmering, crystalline cavern. The weight of his confession hung heavy, leaving him stuttering under her piercing gaze. She turned, her sharp gaze cutting through the quiet tension as she demanded his attention. Standing before the stunning, icy cavern, his outstretched hand trembled slightly. The truth hits him, raw and unavoidable, as his hand clenches tight. The intensity of the moment left me completely speechless. The weight of his past life, and the realization of separation, settled heavily upon him in the cold air. The chilling confrontation continued, the darkness of the cloaked figure contrasting sharply with the stark white of the other. The silent tension snaps as the clash of power erupts in a blinding, violent shockwave. A sudden disturbance ripples through the water, breaking the emotional tension. In the present, Justin's sudden, aggressive defense caught everyone, including Princess Eschild, completely off guard. The shocking realization hangs in the air. His affection, intended for Werion, is now being questioned by Eschild. The intense reality of reincarnation could not be conveyed, not to Eschild. The confrontation reached its peak as Justin revealed his chilling, supernatural power. The mysterious assassin questions the sudden appearance of the enraged nobleman. The Baron's unsettling glee confirms his involvement and dark satisfaction. A violent sound cuts through the night as Justin's powerful strike descends upon the snowy forest. A deafening impact signaled the crystal's violent descent into the bloodied earth. The silence of the opulent hall was shattered by an unseen, decisive force. Her sorrow overwhelmed her, tears spilling down her face as she lamented her perceived weakness. The Baron's furious accusations hung in the air as Justin remained unmoved by the threats. The Baron's words strike deep. The raw shock on his face reveals the horror of the situation. Alone in the grand room, the fallout of the rejection left her feeling utterly foolish. The sudden impact shook the hall as an imposing figure entered, startling the royal guards into alert silence. Just as she wallowed in self-pity, an unexpected visitor was announced. The shock of the sword technique quickly turns to stunned recognition as the speaker spots the true identity of their attacker. The door splinters inward as she clears her throat, her forced composure barely concealing the underlying tension. The chilling realization of his success, or her failure, struck her face with paralyzing horror. The ruthless Baron stared, her dress immaculate against the crimson evidence of the immediate, shocking breach. Justin's demonic presence landed with a shocking, violent finality on the princess's floor. The brazen intruder offers a chilling, blood-stained greeting, clearly unconcerned with the late hour. The sudden, terrifying intrusion was confirmed by the stark announcement of her identity. Her shock turns to immediate, furious defense as the threat barrels through her space. Justin's attack shatters the door, confirming his magical, sword-enchanted entry. The Baron's triumphant declaration was met with a violent, immediate impact. The shock of true magical power resonated, as the dark silhouette unveiled his true weapon. The raw force of his entrance shattered the room, leaving the Baron standing amidst the debris, sword dripping. The Baron's guards lay defeated, splattered with blood, as the shocked noblewoman demanded to know the invader's audacity. The Baron's shocking pronouncement of the assassination attempt landed with a devastating finality. Justin's rage erupts as he pins her down, calling out her selfishness. His manic accusation rings out, juxtaposed against her sheer terror at this sudden, aggressive confrontation. Baron Blizzard, emboldened by his supposed success, arrogantly dismisses the princess's continued distress over the missing man. The princess recoiled in shock, the sound effect emphasizing the abruptness of the intrusion. The Baron's response was immediate, an ominous display of necrotic energy and spectral chains. The air cracks as the unseen sword flashes, a razor-sharp sound effect announcing the Baron's deadly intent. Justin's display of hidden, powerful technique elicited sheer disbelief from the Baron. The princess clenched her fists, the shock of his brutal words momentarily silencing her anguish. The Baron summons immense, freezing power, roaring a challenge into the tense confrontation. Justin unleashes his devastating power, met only by shock on the Baroness's face. With a deafening crash, Sir Justin's raw power shatters the composure of the room. The Baron's aggressive technique met an overwhelming counter, the raw force of the attack manifesting violently. The Baron's shocked declaration is instantly answered by a brutal, explosive counterattack. The Baron's cutting edge slices through the frigid air, an immediate, violent response. The powerful, sweeping force of Justin's attack slams into the Baron, throwing him violently back. The clash of steel and magic sent debris flying, a brutal testament to their confrontation. Justin's fury culminates as he strikes down, his overwhelming power silencing any retort. Justin's accusation regarding her obsession with the missing man finally broke her composure. The Baron's chilling composure met the shock of impact with a resounding thud. The Baron's shock gives way to the terrifying reality of Justin's magic-infused blade, now stained. The Baron's revelation about the assassin squad hits with shocking force. The clash of steel against sheer wool explodes in a burst of purple energy. Baron Blizzard's surprised commentary confirms the mastery of this technique. Even as Justin attacks, the magical sword surged forth, a blur of dark energy slicing through the air. The Baron's aggressive rebuttal draws forth a blinding, swirling display of arcane energy. The Baron's magical, crystalline weapon surges forward, its intent clear and aggressive. Before she could utter another word, a crushing force silenced her scream. The Baron's desperate questioning was met only by the terrifying manifestation of raw power. The victor, composed and menacing, stands bathed in cold, purplish light. The Baron, having finally settled his score, confirmed his obedience to his father. A muffled sound echoes as Justin grips his target, the Baron's core pulsing violently under the pressure. Blizzard charges forward, his intent unmistakable. He plans to finish this now. The Baron lunges forward, enveloped in a surge of dark, crackling energy. The Baron lunged forward, fueled by desperate rage, disappearing in a blur of motion towards the princess. The final blow lands with a deafening impact, shattering the illusion of his weakness. With the enemy's energy core shattered, the magical suppression was absolute. The destructive force explodes outward, signaling the devastating conclusion of the confrontation. The Baron erupted in maniacal laughter, certain his terrifying new power would grant him victory. The Baron unleashes a terrifying surge of dark power, his final, desperate attack echoing with menace. With the Baron focused on his attack, Justin subtly readies his own final move. The Baron, triumphant, prepared to strike the final, devastating blow. Even as Justin seemed victorious, a desperate plea escaped the princess's lips. Facing the looming threat, her face showed stark horror as Blizzard delivered his final, devastating blow. The Baron's taunts fade as Justin prepares his final, decisive move. The Baron's smug confidence was quickly hardening into cold realization. The Baron lunges forward, his eyes burning with rage as he commits to the final, desperate strike. The decisive final blow landed, echoing the Baron's swift and absolute defeat. The Baron's transformation radiates dark, crackling energy as he stares down Blizzard, ready for the final confrontation. The Baron lunged, believing his final blow connected, but Justin's feint had already shifted the battlefield's balance. Justin countered the Baron's desperate strike with blinding speed, the magic sword singing a lethal note. A blinding, violet streak of power descended, signaling the final, devastating blow. The Baron lunges, consumed by dark energy and wielding his ultimate weapon. The clash erupts, a brilliant shockwave of purple energy surrounding the Baron's savage attack. The air shatters with the deafening clang of colliding powers. A final, desperate exchange. The Baron unleashes a primal scream, surging with dark, terrifying power against Justin. The Baron roared in triumph as his attack connected, believing Blizzard was finally defeated. He's finished. The core of his power is extinguished forever. Justin, moving with brutal speed, closed the distance decisively. The blinding light of the final strike engulfed everything. The Baron's boast shattered as Justin delivered a devastating final blow. The Baron's arrogant declaration was instantly met with the terrifying sound of his own core shattering. The Baron is stunned. His powerful attack has failed and he looks up in disbelief. With the Baron's energy core destroyed, his power was utterly extinguished. Blizzard closes the gap, calculating his advantage now that the distance is perfect. The Baron's frantic attack was just a feint, exposing the hidden truth of his intentions. Justin's fury boils over as he channels his last ounce of strength, his teeth grinding in pure resolve. Blizzard unleashes his dark power, enraged by the Baron's casual arrogance. A final, decisive tap signals the destruction of his opponent's power. With a decisive final action, he thrusts his hand forward, channeling devastating power into the Baron. The Baron, now stripped of his power, faced the white-hot intensity of Justin's resolve. The shattering sound echoed as Blizzard unleashed the full, blinding force of his magic. The violent shockwave of the final blow echoes through the frozen landscape. The Baron's final, desperate spell shattered under the immense force, its structure fracturing into icy debris. The Baron thrashes, his body convulsing as the finality of being stripped of his monocore settles in. The Baron reeled back in shock as his destructive spell faltered, realizing the terrifying truth of his condition. Blizzard finally understood the depth of Justin's desperation to protect Eschel. The Baron, emboldened by his perceived advantage, unleashed a final, desperate attack. The Baron's triumphant decree is immediately followed by this chilling declaration of permanent disability. The Baron's realization of defeat was absolute, his face contorted in sheer, agonizing shock. The Baron roared, finally unleashing his full, desperate rage as his attire ripped away. The final, decisive blow connects, powered by absolute resolve. The Baron, stunned by the unexpected counter, reels back from the decisive blow. The Baron lay broken in the snow, his grand scheme utterly dismantled. The Baron slumps to the ground, his desperate attack landing him squarely back into Justin's calculated trap. The defeated Baron lay still as the white-haired man took a moment, perhaps thinking of his next move. The Baron, now stripped of his power, looks up, the last light of hope fading from his eyes. The harsh, victorious moment fades as time rushes forward. He must return quickly. The chaos of the confrontation erupted into a deafening, sharp impact. The king leader collapsed, the harsh reality setting in as they stared through the bars. The sheer joy of believing in true love caused her expression to bloom with unprecedented warmth. The father's furious decree echoed, locking Wei-on away until the wedding. The desperate reality of her confinement crashed down, yet the warmth of his touch lingered. The joyous reunion was abruptly interrupted by the chilling appearance of an imposing figure in the distance. The king leader's sudden, desperate command echoed, slamming Wei-on under house arrest until the wedding. The urgency ratcheted up. They must locate the lost item before anyone else could claim the reward. The attendant, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly shifts the focus back to the missing object. The memory flashes back to the terrifying encounter, emphasizing the assassin's lethal proficiency. The father's shadow loomed over them, towering in the snowy expanse as he delivered his ultimatum. The shock of the sudden command left Wei-on reeling, her reality crumbling around her. The Baron, surprised, is addressed, while Princess Shield and her maid observe the sudden tension. The sudden shock and overwhelming emotion left her speechless, tears welling up in disbelief. The Count's sudden arrival interrupted the princess's earnest admission about the pendant. The Duke's shocking realization sent a wave of terror through his subordinate. The princess stared, stunned, recognizing the figure who had appeared amidst the bright, cold wilderness. The shocking revelation of her father's betrayal hung heavy in the air. The father stared down, the shock of the miracle, and the potential loss of his political match, written on his face. The Duke, horrified by his daughter's defiance, could only watch as the miracle unfolded. The Baron's sudden, unsettling proximity made the princess gasp his name in alarm. The sudden accusation hung heavy in the air, making the princess pause in confusion. As Wei-on was locked away, this magnificent, blooming scenery offered a stark contrast. The Duke, having secured Wei-on, now turned his wrath upon the Baron, seizing him roughly. As the harsh reality of the political marriage loomed, Wei-on confronted her father with a fierce, unwavering gaze. The sudden lockdown shattered Wei-on's fragile peace, trapping her in a nightmare. The shock of Lord Blizzard's sudden appearance hung in the air, prompting an urgent, yet stunned, question from the attendant. Well, the princess blushed, lost in the breathtaking sight of their miraculous connection. The sound of shock reverberates as two intense gazes meet in the charged silence. As the king leader's plot unraveled, a sudden danger erupted around Princess Shield. The shocking confrontation leaves the princess flustered as the others react to the sudden tension. The princess, left behind by Justin's abrupt departure, was now breathing heavily in the desolate wilderness. Justin paused, his shadow looming over the spot where the pendant had just glinted, now perhaps buried in the impact crater. The maid, having finally located her mistress, calls out urgently in the soft sunlight. The shock on her face gave way to disbelief as the glowing pendant settled in her grasp. The chilling command seals Princess Wei-on's fate, even as she questions reality. The terrible pronouncement echoed, leaving the maid utterly stunned. Right now, her expression mirrors that of Lord Blizzard, filled with profound realization. As Wei-on's fate was sealed, this attendant was left with a knowing, perhaps troubled, smile. His strong hand gently placed the shimmering pendant back into her palm. The shock of sudden confinement left her questioning reality. Was this truly happening? The recovered pendant, glowing with recovered light, settles between the hands of those who found it. The pendant, glowing faintly, was finally returned to his waiting palm under the sunset. The precious pendant, now safe, is transferred between hands in a radiant, tender exchange. The shell shattered completely, releasing the glowing, miraculous flower within. Enraged by his daughter's defiance regarding the political marriage, the father roared his final, absolute command. The enraged father roared his absolute denial at Wei-on's declaration of love. The father's fury erupted, threatening to shatter the fragile peace he had tried to impose. The father's furious decree hung heavy, culminating in a sudden, sharp impact that shattered the ground below. Her father's harsh words and imprisonment hit Wei-on with shocking finality. Amidst the radiant light and blooming flowers, their profound connection was undeniable. The harsh reality of her confinement settled, shattering the faint hope she clung to. The king leader's world shattered as he was locked away. Now only a dream remained. The harsh grip tightened, the desperate finality echoing the chilling realization of capture. The father, enraged by his daughter's defiance and the miracle before him, abruptly demands action. As the queen desperately argued for true love, her father's rage erupted violently. Was the preceding chaos merely a vivid, unsettling dream? The sound of the heavy, confining curtains being drawn back signaled the harsh return to reality. The Baroness and princess stood mesmerized by the sight. A glowing ice cavern. The princess's shocked realization connects the distant past to the present memory. Wen's recounting of her dream suddenly stopped as the realization hit them both. The princess suddenly realized the significance of that recalled name. The Baroness listened intently, a sudden, sharp realization dawning in her eyes. Wen's unsettling smile confirmed the Baron's suspicion. This name held a deep, unsettling significance. The princess's strange confession hung in the air, leaving the attendants utterly bewildered by the name she cried out. The sheer scale of the summoned ice wyvern left the princess momentarily speechless. The massive wyvern loomed, its intimidating presence contrasting sharply with the princess's outstretched, perhaps awestruck, hands. Weon listened intently as the princess recounted the haunting details of her prophetic dream. The sheer scale of the arrival made everyone freeze, a massive presence descending from above. The Baron, clearly pleased, walks confidently alongside his companion, ready for their next move. The Baron confirmed with an affirmative, his voice likely filled with conviction despite the eerie atmosphere. The sudden memory of that whispered name hung heavy in the air between them. Suddenly, the peaceful moment shatters as an unseen force strikes, sending the attendants sprawling with a cry of alarm. Jerome swiftly follows the Baron's instruction, shrinking the startled Yeti before the princess. The adorable little Yeti, Khan, waves cheerfully, completely unaware of the princess's troubled thoughts. The princess, still reeling from the strange dream details, suddenly recognizes the sound she cried out. The tiny, fluffy creature, Khan, immediately charmed the woman, eliciting an excited greeting. The Baron gave a sharp nod of confidence, assuring the princess that he would handle everything. The Baron, startled by the massive Yeti, questions the method of controlling such creatures. Wayan's expression subtly shifts, confirming the shocking realization spurred by the princess's words. The terrifying, massive ice wyvern suddenly roars its presence, cutting short any further discussion. The mysterious call of Gaga echoed in her memory, now met with an outstretched hand in a glowing void. The realization hits Wayan. The name Gaga is deeply familiar. The Baron holds the princess's hand, leading her into the vast, bright expanse above the clouds. The princess stammered, trying to articulate the unsettling memory linked to the name Gaga. The shock of the dream was broken by the sudden, chilling presence of the Baron's unnerving smile. The princess's expression shifts from serene recollection to sudden, stark shock. The Baron and princess soared across the breathtaking, sun-drenched sky on their wyvern. Wayan's shocked gaze was fixed on the princess, hearing the name she never expected. The Baron stared blankly, utterly speechless, as the princess connected the dots of her cryptic dream. The princess's recollection of the dream ends, leaving Wayan to process the significant name she uttered. The Baron gripped the controls, exhilarated by the sudden, shared speed of their descent. Wayan's casual mention of Gaga finally struck the Baron with startling recognition. Following the princess's sudden thrill, they accelerate their descent toward the twilight city below. Her enthusiastic invitation clearly startled the Baron, who was still processing the princess's confession. The Baron's strange story about a political marriage and a familiar name made Wayan pause. The exhilaration of the flight suddenly overwhelmed the princess, pulling her into the moment. The Baroness was momentarily distracted, the stunning view unable to completely shake the unsettling imagery of her strange vision. The Baron proudly displays the ornate pendant holding a single, vibrant flower. The bright, fallen flower mirrored the strange imagery from her unsettling memory. The Baron's solemn gaze fell upon the princess, his own pendant drawing her sudden attention. The princess recounted the strange details of her 20-something dream life. The princess stood, turning away from the Baron, lost in the echoes of her strange, sorrowful memory. The mysterious figure from the dream finally materialized, tears glistening in the darkness. The powerful man regarded her with tense suspicion, the weight of her dream falling over the room. Dismissing her worries with a light-hearted laugh, the princess tried to shake off the lingering strangeness of her dream. The Baron held the strange gem, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. The princess, troubled by her memories, offered a quiet reassurance under the twilight sky. The Baron's placid demeanor shattered as the princess revealed the name from her dream. The woman from the dream materialized, standing silently above rippling, glowing water. That single, familiar sound echoed, stopping my world cold. The Baron's composure was momentarily shattered by a technique of otherworldly power. The Baron watched Ashild's earnest plea, acknowledging her desire to close the distance between them. The Baron's sudden departure to investigate the fire left Eschild stunned, but her concern mirrored his own protective instincts. The Baron confirms his decision, clutching the leather cord with newfound determination. The Baron inquired about her enjoyment, returning from his business with the tungsten firm. The urgency of the spreading blaze cut through their conversation. Someone was still trapped inside. He could not simply wait, reflecting Eschild's own courage. The Baron readily accepted her request, granting permission to proceed as she wished. The Baron's quick action, fueled by his protective instinct, mirrored Eschild's own desperate bravery. The Baron returned as the stars began to dot the night sky, interrupting Eschild's lingering thoughts. A knowing gaze, hidden slightly behind the cloth, confirmed his reaction to the revelation. The Baron, still reeling from the information, stood stunned with his small companion perched on his shoulder. Sir Jerome returned, having successfully concluded the business with the tungsten firm. His intense, knowing smirk suggested an agenda far deeper than mere business agreement. Her look of utter shock confirmed the impossible. The fire was already threatening their very doorstep. The Baron's abrupt departure left Ashield stunned, but the fiery urgency in his eyes mirrored her own reaction. The fierce resolve in their eyes mirrors the Baron's own urgency as they prepare to face the inferno. As the Baron returned, the princess's sudden realization of the world's geography left her momentarily stunned. Luya's suggestion for a local factory, backed by her expertise, brought a gleaming opportunity for the firm. Jerome confirmed the deal, his composure unbroken after relaying the news of the distant Gaia kingdom. The description of the powerful, all-female nation of Gaia continued, focusing on its elite military. As the Baron confirms the leather supply, the scene cuts to the meticulous work of a craftsman, reinforcing the value of their goods. My inner thoughts about the severity of the situation were interrupted by a sharp, knowing grin. The Baron affirmed his agreement, displaying a calm, self-assured demeanor under the evening sky. Jerome's report was abruptly cut short by the Baron's swift departure into the blaze. The Baron, reacting to the sudden fire, launched into action immediately. The Baron recoiled in shock as the monstrous heat rushed towards them, too close for comfort. The fire was far more intense than anticipated, a raging inferno consuming the structure. The Baron's grim expression confirmed his serious decision to confront the danger directly. The Baron's decisive approval spurred immediate action, yet moments later, devastating news shattered the calm. The Baron's swift action, even against his better judgment, spoke volumes about his commitment to his shield. The Baron manifests a potent, chilling aura, unleashing the ice-white divine palm. The Baron's sudden departure to face the blaze left his shield stunned in place. A sharp cry shattered the air as his child reeled back from the terrifying sight. The Baron's swift action to save the trapped citizen left Eschild utterly speechless. As the Baron confirmed his protection, a heartbroken artisan realized the true cost of the disaster. Amidst the raging inferno, the panic screams urged for more water to quell the spreading devastation. The fire raged, consuming the structure in an inferno of orange and red heat. The sheer intensity of the blaze froze him momentarily, every ember reflecting in his wide, shocked eyes. The Baron charged toward the inferno, his companions close behind, witnessing the sheer scale of the blaze. Amidst the chaos, Eschild and Jerome looked toward the inferno, their reunion cut short by urgency. The Baron's swift action saved the frightened woman, clutching her small creature amid the inferno. I can't fault you, Eschild. If our positions were reversed, I would have done the same. The Baron surveyed the inferno, his calm broken by the sheer intensity of the unexpected blaze. The Baron stood silent, staring into the heart of the devastating inferno. Eschild rushes forward, screaming the Baron's name as a brilliant light erupts near the scene. He launches himself into the inferno, the Baron moving with unstoppable force. The ceiling structure groans, threatened by the furious blaze engulfing the room. The Baron rocketed forward, a dark blur against the inferno, shattering glass as he charged into the heart of the blaze. The Baron moved with impossible speed, plunging directly into the inferno. The Baron calls upon his chilling power, the ice-white divine palm, to combat the inferno. The Baron unleashed his power, channeling the ice-white divine palm against the flames. The Baron channeled his energy, the ice-cold power manifesting for the rescue. The Baron summoned an overwhelming surge of frigid power, manifesting the ice-white divine palm. The ice-white divine palm had worked its magic, chilling the flames and saving the victim. The chilling power of the ice-white divine palm immediately countered the inferno. The Baron shields the trapped woman as his divine power flares against the roaring inferno. Ice-white divine palm activated. He confirms the victim is still alive despite the inferno. The Baron's protective strike met the searing heat head-on. The sheer intensity of the conflagration elicited a soundless, immediate shock. The princess demonstrated her lethal intent as the ominous sound of cracking echoed through the air. The Baron's shocking refusal to spar instantly silenced the room. The powerful ice magic, a spectacle of cracking and shattering force, consumes the space around the silent figure. The cold magic slams down, encasing the structure in absolute ice as the princess stares upward. Baron Blizzard, clearly unnerved, recoils from the princess's sharp challenge. With a decisive thud, Baron Blizzard planted his foot, asserting his presence despite the princess's mounting challenge. Her eyes widened in bright excitement, ready to challenge his dismissive words. The Baron's casual dismissal of a duel ignited something fierce within the swordmaster. The Baron's shock was palpable as the true identity of his guest began to dawn on him. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted as someone reached out, shouting a frantic warning. Baron Blizzard, flustered by the princess's challenge, could only stammer. The princess awakened slowly, disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings after the assassination attempt. The Baron's blunt refusal hung in the air, leaving the swordmaster momentarily speechless. The formal dinner is served, though an imposing figure arrives at the doorway, interrupting the delicate peace. Her intimidating grin showed a clear desire for a confrontation, eager to prove her swordsmanship. Her challenge hung heavy in the air, contrasting sharply with the Baron's dismissive refusal. Baron Blizzard, seemingly unfazed, simply offered her food. The attendant points out the man who saved the princess, identifying him to the stunned sailor. Baron Blizzard calmly began eating, seemingly unimpressed by the princess's grand lineage. Her sharp, glowing eyes locked onto him, burning with the intensity of a challenged master. He sat, silently assessing the curious, regal woman standing before him. Her shocked expression betrayed the facade of acceptance she tried to maintain. The Baron's startling claim about his own weakness left the noblewoman utterly shocked. The princess's blunt refusal to spar sent shockwaves through the room. The Baron's arrogant refusal met an explosive, visceral reaction from the enraged swordmaster. The captain of the Royal Knights, feeling mocked, prepared to unleash her formidable power. The Baron's panicked subordinate hastily apologized for the earlier slight. Her shocked gaze reflected the terrifying intensity of the confrontation. The princess's challenge hung heavy in the air, met only by Baron Blizzard's defiant clench. Her smile was predatory, challenging his very refusal. She was ready to meet his dismissal head-on. Baron Blizzard remained composed, his cool demeanor contrasting sharply with the princess's mounting pressure. Her refusal only seemed to ignite a dangerous pride within the sword master. The Baron's cold refusal to spar sent a visible shockwave of offense through the sword master. The retainer, sensing the tension, quickly interjected with an excited change of subject. Her shock deepens as she realizes the true identity of her savior. Recognizing the imposing figure before her, Baron Blizzard's hand clenched tight, his frustration palpable after the princess's challenge. The Baron's composure cracked, but the princess smoothly shifted the conversation away from rewards. The princess recalled the violent scene where her failed assassination attempt ended in an inferno. The dining table is lavishly set, a stark contrast to the Baron's earlier focus on the princess's hunger. Her disbelief registered, clutching her chest as she absorbed the insult. Baron Blizzard held his gaze, unimpressed by the princess's legendary status. The Baron cut the perfectly cooked steak, the sound of the silverware sharp in the tension-filled air. Even with the initial shock of her identity revealed, Princess Sylar momentarily focuses on the simple necessity of nourishment. That sword, leaning against the wall, catches the eye of the princess. Sylar paused her meal, looking intensely at the Baron, who had just stated he wouldn't spar with anyone weaker. Her suspicions piqued. Sylar inwardly questioned the Baron's actual standing. The sudden, aggressive outburst from his subordinate shocked the onlookers at the table. He dismisses her challenge with a condescending gesture, certain of his superior strength. The princess, enraged by the slight, grips her cutlery like a weapon. The Baron's confident smirk contrasted sharply with the princess's commanding, armored presence. Her confidence was absolute. A true sword master toys with her prey. The Baron's casual dismissal of her challenge sent a shockwave of disbelief and outrage through the princess. The imposing figure descends, demanding attention, causing alarm among the assembled guests. The Baron's refusal to duel fueled Princess Sylar's intense, predatory smile. With the sparring rules laid out, the princess acknowledges her impending test. The shocked aide questioned Baron Dayton's dismissive attitude toward the victorious princess. Sylar, the first in line to the Gaia throne, has arrived before me. Even after being subdued, the princess's arrogant monologue continued under the dying light. The princess's eyes glowed with malevolent intent, her triumphant, predatory smile taking center stage. The sword master's calculated defensive stance was holding against the beast-like onslaught. The Baron's relentless thrust meets the princess's flawless, almost effortless deflection. The princess, abandoning her slippers, leaped down with shocking speed, aiming to finish the fight. The relentless thrust, like a beast's fangs, demanded a response before destruction consumed the area. The raw, blinding power of the clash erupted, the sound of metal meeting metal tearing through the air. The shockwaves of their clash reverberated, confirming the raw power exchanged in that single, near-invisible parry. The princess met his gaze, the air crackling with their clash. The sheer power erupted, an unstoppable blue wave, yet he remained unmoved. He effortlessly redirected the relentless, beast-like thrust, a display of overwhelming mastery. He's truly untouchable, deflecting my strongest strike with such ease. The chaotic clash sent both figures reeling amidst the splintering environment. He continued his ferocious assault, aiming to shatter the princess's meager defense. The Baron slammed his foot down, the impact jarring the very ground they stood on. The princess could only watch as her relentless thrust was expertly parried with seemingly no effort. Blizzard's counter-strike launched the princess skyward amidst the debris of their violent exchange. His overwhelming speed tore through the earth, demonstrating a terrifying power that shattered the ground. The princess, having momentarily lost composure, now regains her steely focus beneath the bright, open sky. The final clash hung suspended, an intense standoff between two masters of the blade. The furious clash of steel resonated, the princess barely deflecting the powerful, unexpected thrust. The overwhelming force of the blocked attack created a shocking sound wave. The clash erupts with shocking impact, a resounding thud signaling the true power behind the strike. The sound effect of the near miss punctuated the intense standoff. The blade connected with brutal force, confirming the power behind the princess's attack. The princess's furious, childish outburst ended abruptly as he seized her roughly. The Baron, pushed to his limit, attempts a final, decisive downward strike. The overwhelming force connects. The duel concludes with a decisive impact. Pressed against the blade, her arrogance shattered into a grunt of pure, agonizing defeat. The princess, utterly defeated, was subdued with a sword pressed against her throat. The baron's companions looked on, frozen by the shocking display of skill. The assassin's eyes burned with chilling intensity. This man, Blizzard, was their only lead. The Duchess and her companion watched in stunned silence as the confrontation ended abruptly. Blizzard's arrogance only fueled the princess's burning, righteous anger. The Baron, clearly shaken by the near miss, seemed to be taking his opponent's skill seriously now. Enraged, the Baron lashed out, questioning everything the victor knew about the situation. With a final, brilliant flash of energy, the duel was definitively concluded. The Baron collapsed, the weight of his defeat finally settling in the dust. He fell to his knees amidst the cracked earth, utterly defeated by the unfamiliar power. Utter defeat settled over her, the sting of failure burning brighter than any defeat before. This momentary glimpse reveals the Queen Mother's gentle encouragement to the young Princess Sylar. That mesmerizing control, using minimal effort to effortlessly deflect every attack, confirmed it. He was a true sword master. The imposing figure stands, his eyes glowing with fierce power, leaving the observers stunned. The Baron remained impassive, ignoring the attendants' worried call. The confrontation concluded, but his arrogance remained unchecked. The retainer confirmed the request, grasping the startled princess tightly. Realizing the tense confrontation was over, the group stood together as the princess noted everyone else had departed. As the official duel concluded, Jerome and the aide could only react with shock to the sheer skill displayed. The Baron quickly corrected the assumption about the Baron's wife. Jerome paused, processing the princess's cavalier dismissal of the Baron's demise. The Baron's apparent lack of marital status fuels the princess's sudden, scheming interest. The Baron's associate, clearly unnerved, confirmed the command to summon the others. A rapid heartbeat pounds as the princess reflects on the overwhelming power she just witnessed. The defeated Princess Sylar whispers his name, contemplating what might have been. Blizzard vanished from sight, leaving only the lingering shock of his unparalleled skill. The princess, momentarily stunned by his overwhelming skill, stepped back into the harsh, brilliant light. But he was found dead in the basement of his house. The defeated Baron's immediate subordinate steps forward, stunned by the unexpected arrival. The next morning, Sylar, first in line to the throne, finally arrived at the capital. The unsettling aftermath of the failed assassination attempt shifts as the next visitor arrives. "Let her in." The sound of the door opening shattered the quiet, announcing the arrival of the heir presumptive. The woman, likely the antagonist Sylar, greeted the princess with an unsettling, familiar smirk. Her dramatic plea for a return to the past was met with stunned silence, now broken by a sharp, disbelieving question. The mention of an assassin squad shattered her composure instantly. The image of the building burning still hangs heavy in the air as she speaks. The captive's hardened gaze reflected ominously in the steaming liquid, a silent testament to the Baron's dark intentions. Frustrated by the revelation, the purple-haired woman furiously demands the apprehension of Baron Dayton. He countered my question with one of his own, demanding the justification for keeping them alive. With a determined stride, she moved forward, the heels clicking against the polished floor. The embrace is fragile, ending with a whispered plea for a return to normalcy. The man's terrifying, shadowed face and glowing eyes confirm his dark intent to Sylar. The cold accusation hangs in the air, demanding a response to the implied threat. Even holding this small token, the sister could not fully shake the doubt that had taken root. Silas desperately clung to the fleeting memory of sisterly affection, juxtaposed against the current reality. "Can we go back to how it was before?" she whispered, lost in memory. She confirmed the trip, her expression shifting into a cunning, self-satisfied smirk. Justin's maniacal grin betrayed his disturbing ambition. Was he truly planning a rebellion? Her expression remained wary, processing the shocking implications of his ambition. The revelation of his plans clearly startled the princess, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her thinly veiled amusement only deepened Ishild's frustration. She recoiled from the implied accusation, desperately denying any complicity in the plot. The events of Tenston linger as the Baron puts quill to paper. The defeated beast lay stunned, while a precious, glowing item was carefully held in hand. The old castle, now dusted with snow, is repurposed for necessary external exchanges. Back in Caroline, 3 days later, the Baron surveyed his study, ready to move forward. The aide frantically points to the map, stressing the urgency of the impending situation. Jerome followed, now tasked with putting the captured assassins to use. The shocked aide could only question this terrifying turn. Are you planning to start a rebellion? The mystery behind the attempted assassination was briefly set aside as the focus shifted. The sister's expression falters, still processing the implications of the recent events. He listens intently, his expression unreadable as the grim possibilities of rebellion are laid before him. Her chilling eyes confirm the gravity of the situation, leading to a stark declaration. Justin's unsettling question hangs in the air, drawing a sharp comparison between his captives and true martial artists. He presented the precious gift, leaving Princess Eschild speechless and blushing at its sight. The precious communication stone, a marvel of mana technology, began to glow brightly. The Baron points to the map, indicating the direction towards the Drake Kingdom celebration. Justin revealed his chilling plan, turning the surviving assassins into his personal strike squad. The time for departure arrived quickly, the snowy setting mirroring the seriousness of the moment. The revelation of Justin's true intentions leaves the listener stunned, prompting a hushed response. He looked away, the weight of his hidden intentions pressing heavily upon him. That faint smile confirms everything. I can feel his sincerity in his actions. With a blush and her luggage in hand, Princess Eschild stands ready for her departure. The arrival of Princess Eschild's carriage breaks the tense silence, signaling the start of her journey. He stood above, bathed in light, while she lay broken below, witnessing the aftermath of the confrontation. He stares up at the silhouette on the cliff edge, the source of his current apprehension and resolve. That place? The aide questioned, confused by the sudden shift in topic. The sheer audacity of raising an assassin squad leaves the advisor utterly speechless. The unexpected arrival of two imposing figures startles the survivors amidst the defeated assassins. The aide's shock was palpable as he questioned this alarming new development. The true horror of their predicament was now manifesting, bound by spectral chains. Walking among the defeated assailants, he dismissed the notion of the Baron having any involvement. Justin's chilling plan for the surviving assassins draws gasps of horror. These assassins, captured after Justin's attack, proved severely lacking in both skill and the will to survive. The captured assassins looked utterly defeated, awaiting the Baron's decision. His stunned expression betrayed the gravity of the Baron's plan being revealed. These captured assassins would take time, but he intended to make them useful. Seeing the desperate hunger, he offered a cold warning about choking. Stunned by the revelation of an assassin squad, the subordinate hesitantly addresses his formidable lord. He presented his terrible plan for an assassin squad, shocking the listener. He stared in disbelief, reeling from the Baron's shocking declaration about the assassins. The realization hits with a chilling clarity. An assassin squad. The masked figure stalks closer, pondering his next move if assassination isn't the aim. Hearing the plans for an assassin squad, the recipient is stunned into questioning the Lord's intentions. With the integration set, the grim, icy entrance to their training ground awaited the assembled forces. Short stood ready, his grim pronouncement hanging heavy in the air as the intimidated assassins faced their new reality. The leader, Miller, was clearly exasperated by this single assassin's repeated escapes. His calm demeanor was met only with the subordinate's stunned silence. The assassin squad leader, Baker, had just secured their immediate commitment. He confirmed the Queen's birthday was the critical turning point for his political ascent. The proposal was made, and now the trio awaited the response, standing before the glowing figure of the princess. The shadowy figure awaited his response as the two figures approached with clear intent. The assassin squad leader confirmed his belief. He possessed the potential needed for this grand scheme. The assassin's burning desire for vengeance was clear, but this man saw only foolishness. His dominating presence struck fear into the hearts of the assembled assassins. The chosen armaments lay waiting, a stark inventory for the grueling path ahead. The Blizzard Knights, heavily armored and grim, stood ready under the pale, cold light. The decision was made. The assassination squad would depart in a few days for the capital. The joint training commences with explosive speed as the knights engaged the assassins. The intense joint training commenced, immediately putting both the knights and assassins to the brutal test of competition. The finality of the agreement settled with a heavy, decisive impact. The tense negotiations concluded. Now, the rigorous training began with the arrival of the Blizzard Knights. The shadowy figure moved with brutal speed, a flash of steel descending. The special class assassin finally showed a glimmer of motivation, intrigued by the promise of achieving his revenge. With one assassin defeated, the knights mocked their meager haul, celebrating the recovered tag. The master's words hung in the cold air, challenging the recruits who now looked toward the impossible feat. The formidable figure stood tall, observing the stark, frozen landscape with a quiet contemplation. The newly formed unit stands ready, facing the mysterious, glowing insignia of their shared purpose. The intense training bred immediate suspicion among the newly formed assassination squad. The newly appointed leader surveyed the harsh, snow-covered landscape where his difficult mission would begin. Miller sprinted through the training ground, a desperate blur against the icy landscape. The desperate assassin, Miller, gasped as he once again evaded capture during the grueling training. Miller flinched, knowing he was pushing his luck again after escaping the trial a 10th time. The tracker's frustrated glare met the triumphant figure perched high in the frigid trees. The assassin, Drake Kingdom's best, listens intently, his focus absolute. The assassin, desperate for his vengeance, lunges low, only to be stopped short. A sudden surge of power is unleashed, a decisive command cutting through the tension. The sparring session continued mercilessly, another assassin summarily defeated by the sheer force of this training. The cold, determined assassin knelt, his gaze fixed on the downed opponent. The leader's judgment was absolute, even here in the harsh winter woods. Unlike the others motivated by coin, Miller harbored a deeper, tragic reason for his path. His stern gaze confirmed the new reality. The assassins were now his to forge. 3 weeks have passed, marked by the intense, joint training of the knights and the assassins. The leader observes the restless assassin, noting his immediate readiness for the next engagement. The assassin, scarred by his pursuit of vengeance, now awaited his orders. The young assassin, driven by a singular, burning obsession, slowly wakes. He scorned the assassin's reckless pursuit of mere revenge. The assassin, driven by raw fury and a singular focus, reacts instantly to the Lord's declaration. The special class assassin was stunned, realizing the weight of the proposition laid before him. His cunning smile promised a dangerous partnership, offering aid to achieve the assassin's revenge. His intense gaze accepted the challenge, now understanding the weight of becoming a subordinate. The victor looks upon his defeated opponents, the shadow of his authority darkening the room. He lays out his expectation for the subordinate in his newly formed squad. The brutal training sessions proved effective. One more challenger had fallen before their terrifying leader. The tense negotiation concluded with a heavy, final impact. Driven by an absolute need for vengeance, the assassin declared he would commit to any measure necessary. His words hung heavy, offering a path forward that demanded absolute commitment. The newly integrated assassins offered their immediate, fervent loyalty upon seeing their new commander. The leader's confidence shone as bright as the promise of victory. The assassin leader found himself flustered by the noble's surprising conviction. The commander urged them to drink quickly before their icy reward melted away. The intense physical contact sent a shockwave through the assassin, heart hammering against his ribs. The tension from the war room settles as we shift focus to the grand estate overlooking the rising sun. Someone watches with cold disdain. Silhouetted against the throne, The Lord's imposing figure loomed, demanding silence. His outburst silences any further discussion, cementing his dominance in the room. The weight of the situation visibly bore down on the young man, his features shrouded in shadow. Lilith's anxious inquiry hung in the air, met only by his cold, unwavering glare. The immense, imposing figure looms over the subordinates as they await his verdict. The underling assures the agitated Duke of success, his menacing gaze burning with resolve. He leaned back with an air of supreme confidence, the challenge laid out before him. He stood firm, his expression unreadable beneath the eye patch, awaiting the next command. The officer finishes his grim report, outlining the necessary relocation of 6,000 island residents. His face contorted in simmering fury, Jerome silently absorbed the impossible demands placed upon him. Even as the shock of the territorial war proposal registered, the gravity of the situation hung heavy in the ornate room. Facing the imposing figure of the king, he finally made his serious declaration. The council remained silent, documents spread across the table, awaiting the final command. His commanding gesture silenced the room, preparing them for the true gravity of the situation. The leader, one-eyed and stern, waited for a response to the looming challenge. The frantic pacing of the immediate crisis momentarily halts as Lilith is summoned. The dismissive suggestion of simple flowers only fueled the speaker's mounting fury. The suggestion of the glacial flower was met with visible shock as someone realized a far more drastic option was needed. As Jerome expressed his doubt, Justin simply adjusted his glasses, considering the next move. The weight of the political maneuver hung heavy as the council members observed the man reporting. Just as Lilith's preparations concluded, a sudden, violent interruption shattered the tension. The desperate agent clutched his chest, the weight of the crisis overwhelming him. The imposing shadow of the fortress loomed over the struggling figures below. His weary tone belied the weight of the ongoing diplomatic maneuvers. The tactical display illuminates, showcasing the complex network between the established territories. The leader slammed his hand down, the sound echoing through the tense room. This man, clearly holding authority, seemed to regard the unfolding crisis with cold appraisal. The decisive action was taken. A sharp blade plunged into the earth before the formidable castle. Despite the overwhelming odds, Justin remained resolute, challenging the established expectations of war. Their strategic positions were laid bare on the map, the looming conflict taking physical shape before them. The king sat, radiating an imposing authority as he waited for the full report. With the terms set, the declaration was prepared, formalizing the challenge to Totus. His declaration of war was made under the ominous, blood-red sunset. The final, calculated decision hung heavy in the air as he prepared to unleash his countermeasure. With the declaration made, the subordinate affirms their readiness for the ensuing action. His superior's intense gaze cut through the subordinate's hesitant posture. His commanding gesture silences the underling, demanding attention for the looming crisis. The soldier, desperate and sweating, held out his hands, unable to fathom the audacious plan. His sharp gaze lingered, assessing the dire situation laid out before him. Stunned silence, the weight of the impossible decision settling upon him. A decisive thought crystallizes as the captain resolves their next move. The stark shadow of his final decision fell across the stone floor as Lilith was summoned. The resolve hardens. It is time to enact their bold plan. The elder statesman gestured dismissively, perhaps already planning his next move. The cold assessment in his eyes belied the mounting tension in the room. The older man's stern gaze fell upon his subordinate, the gravity of the situation heavy in the room. The captain's conviction wavered, despite the overwhelming odds presented by Totusi's forces. This confrontation, visualized as a stark chess match, sets the stage for inevitable conflict. The overwhelming demand for swift victory left Jerome reeling from the impossible deadline. His smug confidence remained, hinting at plans unfolding beyond their knowledge. 2 days. Jerome's shock echoed the impossibility of such a tight deadline. A gentle tap confirms the comforting embrace, momentarily easing the looming tension. His cold gaze remained fixed, the weight of the impending conflict settling upon him. Blizzard turned away, his expression hidden beneath the shadow of his cloak. The white-haired figure confirms their suspicion, a chilling possibility hanging in the air. The tense atmosphere in the hall solidifies as the silver-haired man enters, facing his armored subordinates. With the war declaration issued, Lilith prepares her own contingent for immediate deployment. The harsh orders are carried out immediately. The arrested citizens of Carolyn are marched through the stone streets. Startled by the guard's sudden appearance, the civilian could only manage a desperate exclamation. The sudden, violent impact echoed as the blade struck, cementing the brutal surprise attack. The officer reports grim news. Residents from Carolyn have been seized. The fortress stands resolute, dwarfed only by the imposing, sun-drenched mountains beyond its walls. Inside the opulent room, the Lord settled into his chair, bathed in the intense light from the massive window. As the messenger recounts the halt of trade, the Baron schemes from above, calculating his gains. The plotting nobleman sneers, his gaze fixed on the unfolding consequences of his command. The shadowy figure surveys the desolate street, noticing the pitiful state of the few remaining residents. The high-ranking officials convened in a dimly lit hall, their fine dining a stark contrast to the brewing conflict. Standing amidst the frozen landscape, the imposing gates of Carolyn await the next move in this unfolding conflict. The Dark Lord reveled in his strategy, clutching the symbol of his victory. This wicked scheme was perfect. The villain continues to reveal his plan, fixated on the king's upcoming absence. The threat of war was declared, and now the enemy leader prepares his response with terrible resolve. The ominous question hangs in the air, met only by a chilling, noncommittal response. The Baron's cold resolve hardened as the shocking declaration echoed in the room. The chilling roar of the massive wyvern echoed through the hall, pinning the men in terror. The vizier's malicious plan is unveiled amidst the swirling chaos of the unfolding conflict. The wyvern's terrifying roar shattered the composure of the man below. The sudden appearance of a wyvern shocks the soldier, reminding him of the impossible mountain barrier. The mysterious figure, obscured by flowing white hair, descends upon the platform, overshadowing the two lesser nobles below. Enraged, the Lord demands action, his ambition fueled by Blizzard's perceived weakness. The mysterious figure's veiled expression hinted at a chilling ambition far beyond simple vengeance. The shock registers on his face as the implications of the declaration sink in. That means he stands, radiating chilling intensity, his white hair framing eyes devoid of mercy. The swift, chilling descent begins, marked by the sharp sound of forced entry. The raw power of the strike was met only by the crushing impact of the scroll hitting the stone floor. The shocking news hangs heavy in the air. It is a declaration of war. The heavy thud of a forceful landing echoes in the sudden silence. The unexpected sound of impact shattered the tension as the assailants charged forward. They advance into the blinding light, swords drawn, escorting the key figure deeper into the hall. The shocking revelation of a Lazar Mountain wyvern soaring high above the stronghold left the guards utterly dumbfounded. The wyvern descends, a spectacle of impossible power against the clear, bright sky. The Viscount's subordinates stood ready, awaiting the next grim command. A low, guttural sound escaped him, the sound of absolute contempt for Baron Blizzard's audacious declaration. The elder, eyes glowing with malevolent intent, brings his crushing blow down. The unexpected attack struck with brutal force, sending the Totusi soldier reeling. The captured noble sputtered in fear as the boot descended with terrifying force. The rage boiled over, unleashing a brutal kick as the subordinate was savaged for his incompetence. The tension explodes into immediate physical reprimand as the officer is berated for his competence. The shock of the declaration left the nobleman paralyzed, his hands slamming down uselessly. The Viscount, fueled by rage, exhales sharply, his eyes burning with manic intent. The man in purple looms over the vanquished, his authority absolute amidst the silent, shadowy guards. The announcement of the Totusi counter-move hung heavy in the air as one official dabbed at his face. His fiendish grin promised satisfaction. He only wanted to witness Blizzard's utter downfall. The news of the open declaration of war caused an immediate, Sharp shock in the noble's face. The heavy silence of the hall was broken only by the thud of the drop seal, signaling the end of deference. The Viscount, fueled by simmering rage, violently tears the decree in two. The hostile declaration hangs in the air as the forces converge on the building. The Viscount, enraged by the situation, fixed his gaze upon the source of his frustration. Carolyn. The declaration of war sparked an immediate, terrifying ambition within the Viscount. The promise of spoils ignited a terrifying fervor among the assembled troops. The sudden, massive presence caused immediate shock among the guards. A chilling figure, now identified as Roxelyn, emerges from the shadows with a cold, determined gaze. Standing above his conquest, the mysterious figure surveyed the captured lands, his ambition clearly visible against the dawn. The castle walls stood firm, casting shadows over the town as the Blizzard Knights prepared their desperate plan. The shock of the blockade hitting home registered on the faces of the remaining guards. A wave of terror washes over the remaining soldiers as they watch their supposed reinforcements turn against them. His triumphant snarl echoed the chilling decree, urging the Baron to commit the ultimate betrayal against his own people. The massive impact shook the very ground, an earth-shattering display of raw power. Aesir stood resolute, his imposing, beast-like mount blocking the path of the defeated Baron Blizzard. A terrifying, glowing power manifested as his hand shot out. A massive, crushing force descends upon the rugged terrain, silencing the battlefield. The shock of their leader's defeat turned to pure horror as something unforeseen descended upon them. Roxelyn's desperate plea shattered the tension, confirming his surrender and admission of defeat. The sky screams red as monstrous shapes blot out the fading light above the valley. The air ripped apart as the attack struck, unleashing a blinding, fiery force. The devastating blow struck home, tearing through the structure and echoing a final, desperate cry of pain. A desperate shield formed, glowing with immense magical energy to intercept the impending blow. Even with his desperate plea and the capture of the messenger, the blow landed anyway. The Baron's desperate guards stared in shock as their supposed reinforcements failed to materialize. The desperate Baron Blizzard charges forward, his anger fueling a final, powerful strike. A terrifying command echoes in the chaos. Make an example of the soldiers. A brutal, final slash tears through the ranks of Carolyn's forces. The Baron's desperation twisted into pure, furious rage as his soldiers wavered. The monstrous presence blots out the light as the remaining soldiers brace for impact. The monstrous cavalry descends through the fiery sky, their terrifying roar shaking the foundations of the battle. The sheer scale of the dragon's descent casts a terrifying shadow over the besieged territory. The defiant figure steps forward, bathed in the fierce, blinding light of battle, ready to face their armed encirclement. His eyes, burning with the inferno of defeat, met the unexpected interference. Overwhelmed and facing a sudden, unexpected barrier, the soldiers can only look on in terror. The enemy knights charge forward, heedless of the Baron's desperate retreat, meeting a swift, brutal resistance. The moment of defiance was sealed by an ominous, surging power emanating from the young man's hand. That chilling certainty in his eyes confirms the clash is inevitable. As Baron Blizzard screamed his final, desperate order, AESBY moved with chilling calm, manifesting an icy power. A sudden, overwhelming force shatters the ground, piercing the defeated soldiers. The chilling reality of the broken lines of defense settles in as he gazes toward the burning forest. The clash was over. Only the quiet forest remained under the fading, bruised twilight. His desperate plea for mercy met a wall of terrifying resolve. The enemy commander and his remaining soldiers finally confronted the source of their terror. The Baron's rage erupted, striking out violently at the unexpected defender. A lone figure cuts a desperate path through the wilderness, speeding toward salvation or doom. The protective guard was too slow. A crushing blow slammed into the Baron's face. The supposed champion, Baron Blizzard, is violently struck down amidst his crumbling hope. The arrival of this solitary figure shattered Baron Blizzard's fragile hope for reinforcements. The Baron stared up, paralyzed by a monstrous, glowing eye reflecting his impending doom. A frantic warning echoes as the monstrous Lilith intervenes, blocking the Lord's desperate lunge with surprising speed. The sudden, silent appearance of this imposing figure halts everything in its tracks. The sudden appearance of the terrifying white beast stopped the Baron's desperate plea mid-sentence. A desperate plea for mercy. But the impassive figure of Duke Icarus's agent remains untouched by pleas of defeat. As the Baron's desperate plea was overridden, a formidable shadow fell across him. The immediate order from the captor was a shocking declaration, halting the guard's charge. Defying his lord's panicked command, the knight was brutally intercepted mid-flight. His final hope shattered as the captured messenger confirmed the devastating news. Baron Blizzard, humbled and broken, bows before the victor who thwarted his desperate gamble for reinforcements. With the lord defeated, the enemy commander prepares to unleash a final, chilling command. Roxalen's desperate plea was met only with a chilling response, a promise to repay his debt. The Baron's desperate plea was met with an unstoppable, chilling impact. The Baron's guard looked on in disbelief as his lord's attack was unexpectedly neutralized. The former Baron stared, finally confronting the lone figure glowing in the shadowed woods. The appearance of this mysterious individual, Jerome, stops the fight cold. The realization of his failure dawned, his eyes cold under the harsh, crimson light. The disgraced Viscount Roxalen could only kneel in abject defeat as his unexpected challenger stood before him. The envoy, having delivered the king's judgment, now faces the stunned noble with crackling energy. The vanquished lord could only stare, sweat beading as the impossible unfolded before him. With Viscount Roxalen defeated, the question shifted to who would govern the newly conquered lands. The revelation of the royal observer's presence left the defeated lord utterly aghast and sweating profusely. A heavy foot landed, signaling the decisive end to Viscount Roxalen's desperate plea. The Baron's shocking arrival sent a tremor of realization through the assembly. Stepping out of the shadowed woods, the mysterious figure, perhaps the savior, finally emerges. The stunned man could only stare, realization dawning as the unexpected envoy stood before him. The sealed document, evidence of the final decision, was presented before the imposing figure of the king. The arrogant Viscount, realizing his scheme has failed, is confronted by the silent, white-haired figure. The defeated Volmer stood stunned as the other figure descended from the trees. The shock was evident as the impossible truth settled in. Someone had circumvented the royal guard. His carefully laid plans had crumbled, leaving him reeling in disbelief. His triumphant laughter died as an unexpected shadow fell over the scene. Confronted by the unexpected arrival, the defeated nobles and soldiers stood speechless in the glowing terrain. The duke's subordinate, having fulfilled his dark duty, could only report his grim success. The nobleman's scheme collapsed as the envoy delivered the devastating news. The messenger, having executed his grim duty, delivered his final, desperate warning amidst the sudden chaos. The Viscount's arrogance instantly shattered as the unexpected arrival threw him into panicked confusion. The subordinate, having followed his orders, returned to face his cornered lord. The Duke revealed the loophole. A territory war required no report if a royal law was broken. The shocking confirmation of his failure registered as sheer, wide-eyed horror. Carolyn had won the territory war, and as the dust settled, the fate of Viscount Roxalen was sealed. The captured lord watched in horror as the overwhelming, chilling power descended upon him. The defeated noble's rage boiled over, unable to accept his total loss. The defeated Viscount Roxalen stood utterly dwarfed beneath the terrifying, purple-hued manifestation of the victor's wrath. The moment the true threat revealed itself, an unsettling gloom descended. The Duke's arrogance was met with a sudden, terrifying arrival. The silent swordsman, the true victor. The white-haired figure descended, radiating an overwhelming, divine power that sent Viscount Roxalen spiraling in shock. The victor's ice magic took hold instantly, trapping the desperate nobleman entirely. The powerful counterattack arrived, met with a raw command to endure the impact. A sudden, brutal impact shattered the tension, punctuated by a shocking, visceral sound effect. The victor descended with terrifying speed, the air shattering around the defeated figure below. The Viscount's arrogance shattered with a brutal impact, his reign ending in a sudden, violent defeat. The powerful warrior stood over the downed subordinate, the forest silent after the heavy impact. The sudden, ominous shadow falls over the festive atmosphere, immediately silencing the celebration. The messenger delivered his grim report, confirming the Duke's success while leaving Viscount Roxellan utterly defenseless. The victorious Duke's smug declaration hung in the air, immediately followed by the sound of his men celebrating their triumph. The mysterious figure, having bypassed the soldiers, finally faced his consequence at the gate. Totusi was officially annexed, its new borders visibly shifting to meet Carolyn's territory. His panicked refusal was met with the chilling revelation of Volmer's success. The consequences of the Duke's arrogance were swiftly realized, leaving him cornered. The sound of a heart-pounding echoed Jerome's sudden realization of a perfect candidate. The former Viscount, now imprisoned, could only stare, his future shattered. The aftermath of Roxellan's defeat unfolded with brutal speed, leaving him disgraced and vanished. The vibrant, festive bunting flags fluttered high above the town square, marking a clear passage of time. The dust settled quickly after the defeat of Viscount Roxellan. The defeated Viscount Roxellan vanished, and the swift transition of power began immediately after the war. The sudden, terrifying shadows descend from above, silencing the tense standoff below. The guard reacted with frantic desperation, resolving to sound the alarm as the enemy vanished through the gate. The joyous festival mood shattered instantly under the terrifying, glowing silhouette of the monstrous being. The confrontation ended swiftly. The sound of a footfall marked a new beginning. The chaos subsides as a powerful new figure steps forward, his aura blazing with cold light. Despite the order being carried out, the defeated lord could only stare in disbelief at his captor's successful maneuver. The messenger presented the sealed decree with a chilling finality. The grand hall gleamed under the opulent chandelier, setting a dazzling stage for the king's celebration. The dazzling staircase signals a shift as the honored guests arrive. The murmur of the crowd faded as the white-haired figure made his grand entrance. The Princess Daphne arrived, her unchanging beauty captivating all eyes, contrasting the quiet tension of the meeting. The hushed excitement surrounding the rumored hero continued to ripple through the gathered nobility. Then, the grand staircase beckoned, spotlighting another imposing figure ascending into the shimmering hall. The crowd's hushed anticipation was shattered by her dramatic, unexpected arrival. The royal reception hums with conversation, but one particular exchange captures the attention of the surrounding nobility. The murmurs of the crowd faded as the two figures paused, exchanging loaded, silent greetings across the bustling hall. The tension broke as a hand offered a sparkling glass toward the stunned noblewoman. The count's jovial greeting contrasted sharply with the princess's guarded expression. Her slight flush indicated the subtle effect of the drink, accepting the gesture with a brief acknowledgement. A dramatic sound underscores the arrival of the princess and her escort, stepping onto the grand red carpet. The crowd whispers about the arriving pair, Princess Daphne and Count Anos. The courtly murmurs continued as the grand arrivals took center stage. Recalling Edmund's letter, the shocked observer recognizes the powerful title spoken aloud. The Princess Daphne, momentarily stunned by the revelation, held her champagne glass high. His sharp gaze lingered on the princess, an unspoken thought crossing his mind. The elegant pair shared a moment of light-hearted confusion amidst the grandeur. The nobleman dismisses the question, but his companion seems to sense something unfamiliar about this guest. The grand door suddenly opened, signaling a dramatic arrival to the court. The crowd gasped as the king and his entourage made their grand, radiant entrance. The radiant, red-haired princess makes her grand, dazzling entrance. The crowd's applause erupted as the honored Princess Daphne and Count Anos made their grand entrance. With the announcements complete, the opulent presentation of gifts to the king commences. The stunned gasp from the crowd confirmed Baron Blizzard's presentation had gone horribly wrong. The sudden, dramatic entrance of Princess Laird stuns the assembled nobility. The sudden appearance of the mysterious woman beside the king sparked immediate, hostile reactions from the observing crowd. The grand royal hall buzzed with anticipation as honored guests were presented to the king on his milestone birthday. The king accepts the applause, raising his hand and glass to acknowledge the assembled guests. The king offered a warm, contented smile as he prepared to address his guests. Duke Icarus solemnly presents his magnificent gift, capturing all attention within the opulent hall. The tension built as Baron Blizzard prepared to present his final, controversial offering. This artifact, a seemingly simple ring, pulsed with magical energy for all to see. The Duke, confident in his presentation, awaited the king's reaction. The king flinched as the murmurs of the crowd focused on Duke Icarus's magical artifact. The anticipation builds as the distinguished guests, Count Anos and Princess Daphrin, finally make their grand entrance. The artifact's power emanates, confirming its immense worth. The king, beaming with regal satisfaction, addresses the assembled court from his dais. The court watched intently as the king finally returned to the stage, ready for the presentations. The magnificent, dragon-themed vessel descends, followed by the elegant teapot. The magnificent presentation box, clearly holding a gift of great import, rests before the assembled guests. Duke Icarus watched the proceedings with an unnervingly placid, knowing smile. The king, seated upon his throne, finally addresses the kneeling figure before him with a single, commanding word. Baron Blizzard proudly presents his humble offering, the hide of a savage ice ogre. The king accepted the gifts, still basking in the warmth of the applause. The baron's unexpected offering, a monstrous egg, shocked the court into stunned silence. With the opulent ceremony underway, the king looked up as a new, imposing figure approached the dais. The audience whispered, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the mysterious woman. Duke Icarus makes his grand entrance, presenting an artifact of immense power to the king. Duke Icarus presented his magnificent gift, a treasure box shimmering under the royal light. Baron Blizzard dramatically reveals his second, questionable offering, a box filled with what appears to be monstrous eggs. The Baron reveals his final, bizarre offering, drawing gasps from the assembled nobility. The king's expression darkens as a wave of murmuring ripples through the suddenly restless crowd. The crowd erupted in shock, their collective outrage directed at Baron Blizzard's outrageous offering. The shock of the unbelievable gift sends an immediate, explosive reaction through the stunned crowd. As Baron Blizzard's shocking display continues, the guards react violently to the perceived insult. The uproar reached a deafening crescendo as the king's command cut through the chaos. Then, amidst the stunned silence following the failed presentation, an abrupt, commanding voice shattered the atmosphere. The king's fury boiled over, his eyes glowing ominously as he demanded an explanation for the shocking gift. Duke Icarus's priceless artifact gift had momentarily overshadowed every other offering. Baron Blizzard grins wickedly, his final, shocking offering revealed, a wyvern's egg. The king's shock ripples across the court as the true, terrifying nature of Baron Blizzard's final gift is realized. Amidst the blinding light and hushed crowd, Count Anos finally stands ready for confrontation. The imposing Baron Blizzard leaned in, his sharp, predatory smile promising something sinister. The king's shock registers across his face, the overwhelming scale of Blizzard's achievement hitting him. The magnificent ice wyvern, breathing frigid energy, finally reveals itself. As the battle rages under a blood-red sky, the wyvern knight prepares for a desperate clash against the monstrous ice wyvern. The king stared down, his earlier satisfaction quickly replaced by a tremor of realization regarding the perilous gift. The king's face contorted under the weight of the news, his expression laced with deep suspicion. The old master of the Hazen kingdom acknowledged the man he sought. The imposing figure paused, adjusting his collar with a gloved hand, lost in thought after revealing Jinching. Amidst the congratulatory court, one figure calls out, finally spotting someone important. The realization of Blizzard's audacity, conquering territory without reporting, sent shockwaves through the court. Suddenly, a tremendous impact struck the door, causing a shocking sound effect. The magnificent, terrifying ice wyvern looms, its presence dwarfing the figure presenting it. The king finally addressed the scene, a flicker of recognition crossing his surprised face. The baron bowed deeply, accepting the congratulations as the court watched in stunned silence. The emperor, stunned by the audacity of the situation, could only offer a weak, sputtering reaction. The king, overwhelmed by the news and the display of power, could only gasp in stunned silence. The princess gazed upon the gem, her expression shifting to stunned disbelief. The weight of his scheming paid off. Now, the shocking proposal hung in the air, eliciting a stunned reaction. Blizzard's audacity to stand before the throne was met with the king's direct acknowledgement. The king reacts with sharp disbelief to the unexpected news of Baron Blizzard's recent military actions. The intensity of their stares locked, an unspoken challenge hanging heavy in the air. The shock of recognizing the prodigy fueled a raw, visceral scream of rage. The crowd murmured as the figure, shrouded in light, entered the grand hall. The king, momentarily caught off guard by the audacity, displayed visible tension under the weight of the unfolding news. Her shock deepens as the implications of Blizzard's sudden power and reach become clear. The news of Blizzard's successful gambit registered with cold, venomous clarity. The man, Count Anos, beams with satisfaction, his search finally yielding a result. The enigmatic figure in white stands before the king, prepared to deliver his countermove. The count, having secured his victory, now prepares to deliver his final declaration. The king's composure shattered upon realizing the enormity of the situation. The overwhelming presence of the massive fortress wall towered over the shadowed figures below. The duke's shock echoes, realizing the extent of the baron's audacity. The clamor of the hall was abruptly pierced by a sudden, sharp movement. Blizzard's betrayal regarding Roxlin's actions ignited the king's sudden, explosive fury. The king, basking in the glow of his court, waited for the response to his growing authority. The nobles watched, captivated, as Blizzard received his new title, while others nursed silent grudges. Anos pondered the identity of this prodigy, Sial Mudak, feeling a strange resonance. The king raises his fist in triumph, confirming the declaration with a powerful shout. The assembled nobles watched as the figures ascended toward the throne area, anticipation hanging heavy in the gilded hall. The powerful king, having seen the evidence, had to process Blizzard's audacious move. The king, momentarily swayed by the sudden territorial gain, pauses before issuing his verdict. Blizzard presents the treasured ice wyvern eggs, securing his position with this magnificent offering to the royal family. Kneeling before the king, Blizzard accepted the weight of his newly elevated status. The baron accepted the king's affirmation, solidifying his new standing with a polite yet knowing nod. The powerful noble, his eyes glowing with dark energy, spoke the name of his rival. The sound effect suggests a sudden, startling movement as Count Anos retreats, still consumed by his vow against Blizzard. The tension mounts as the mysterious Count Anos closes in on his target. The pursuit of Lady Ashield was momentarily delayed by the chaos of the court. Now finally alone under the pale moonlight, he sighed heavily. The king and princess received the gifts, but one noble watched with burning resentment. The mysterious figure, Count Anos, finally reveals himself amidst the swirling, dark clouds. The chilling display of power contrasts sharply with the quiet, clandestine meeting taking place below. A tender, unexpected moment unfolds between them in the sudden darkness. Count Anos, his rival, steps forward, his white robes flowing dramatically under the night sky. The imposing figure of Count Anos emerged, his crimson gaze cutting through the intense backlight. The ancient prodigy, Jin Qiang, reveals his ominous recognition. His wide, glowing eyes registered the incomprehensible word, shattering his furious concentration. Having secured his new Viscount title, Sial Mudak finally approaches his intended target. The chilling realization of Jin Qiang's identity slams into the onlookers, bathed in an ominous crimson glow. The formidable martial artist's hand grips a weapon, unleashing a burst of vibrant, glowing pink energy. The enigmatic figure registers the familiar fragrance amidst the vibrant pink aura. A sudden, burning realization flashed in his eye amidst falling pink petals. Gasping for breath amidst the wreckage, the defeated warrior manages a faint utterance. The celebration of Blizzard's promotion concluded, but his silent vow remained. He would surely bring the rising Viscount down. This shocking revelation confirms the identity of the legendary prodigy. The chapter title card fades as night descends upon the grand architecture. The clash of their powers erupts, a deafening clang echoing through the dark space. The sudden, violent impact echoed as Cial Mudok was sent flying from the structure. As Cial Mudok issued his terrible vow, a searing, crimson energy began to coalesce in his palm. The terrifying threat materialized, wrapping the area in a blinding, crimson explosion of power. The visceral reality of the attack struck, an echoing impact shattering the moment. The shadowed figure launched himself forward in a terrifying burst of speed, cloaked in crimson energy. The furious red light erupted, sealing the devastating impact with a final, deafening crash. The ghostly blue figure struck with impossible force, shaking the very ground beneath the silhouetted foe. With a jarring whoosh, the shadowy figure lunged across the sunlit hall. The lingering threat from the assassin focused on the princess, now hidden in the shadows. The terrible, blinding light pierced the storm, signaling the climax of the threat. The vengeful figure raises their weapon, poised to strike. This act promises a final reckoning. The enemy unleashes a terrifying, crimson attack, forcing the Viscount to brace for impact. The pale-eyed man looked down, utterly cold, while Cial Mudok's own gaze ignited with burning red fury. A new, distinctly forceful presence interrupts the fragile truce, leaning in with unsettling familiarity. The villain's chilling threat hangs heavy, but the Viscount is lost, seemingly captivated by the princess. As the villain's rage peaked, his burning eyes locked onto the scene unfolding before him. He names the location, yet the Princess of Gaia seems unfamiliar with the territory. The enemy's chilling vow hangs in the air, his eyes burning with terrible purpose. The threatening glare held firm, but the gravity of the situation forced a sudden, internal retreat. With his threat delivered, the assassin swiftly exited, leaving the Viscount and Princess Siller behind. The assassin's gaze sharpens, recognizing the long-sought target, Cial Mudok. He identified the insidious, vibrating energy in his mind, the frequency whispering technique. The villain finishes his chilling promise, his gaze fixed upon the smoldering destruction behind him. His maniacal vow echoed. He would destroy everything Cial held dear. The intense threat subsided, but the sinister figure's parting words lingered, leaving Siller to wonder with whom. The princess of the Gaia kingdom seemed utterly charmed by the unexpected conversation. The realization of who he targeted fueled a blinding, pure rage. With the decision made, Cial Mudok bids a cold farewell before departing into the sunlit doorway. The tension explodes as a frantic voice screams for Jinxing, interrupting the tense silence on the balcony. Her maniacal laughter cuts through the tension as she dramatically points, continuing her venomous threat. Reluctantly, he decided to withdraw, pulling her close as they swiftly departed. The villain's rage boiled over, culminating in a violent, decisive grab. The Viscount departs, leaving Siller alone on the balcony beneath the starlit sky. The enraged assailant fixed his icy gaze upon the Viscount, the threat clear in his expression. Siller was left stunned, her mind racing wildly after the sudden confrontation. What could she possibly say now? The Count seemed flustered, yet this formidable woman held her glass, reacting to the sudden tension. His chilling, purple glowing eyes fixated on Siller, demanding an answer. As Siller MC Man's presence drew attention, the tension amongst the lingering nobles only grew thicker. His composure finally cracks as the veiled threat sinks in, turning his gaze cold. His dismissive question ignited a blinding fury within her, her eyes flashing with unnatural light. The commander strode forward, cutting through the hesitant whispers of the surrounding figures. The knightess seemed unnerved, caught between the Viscount and the lingering threat. Her conviction wavered, the threat hanging heavy as she simply stated her resolve. The antagonist's silence hung heavy, a precursor to his next devastating move. The shadow figure vanished into the blinding sunlight, leaving only silence behind. A hand lingers near the light, perhaps hesitating before making a crucial exit. The princess watched the dark, starry expanse, her expression unreadable as she processed the sudden departure. Meanwhile, the grand hall continued to shimmer with the sounds of polite conversation and dancing couples. The villain's twisted declaration ended, leaving only a stunned silence in the gilded hall. Siller looked up with an expression of genuine, bright joy, momentarily forgetting the tense situation. The mysterious woman in armor watches from the shadows, her attention piqued by the unfolding scene. The Viscount resolves his internal conflict, prioritizing his immediate survival above all else. The unseen figure, standing against the night sky, continues to rage internally against Sial Mudak. The chilling chatter fades as the assailant pauses, his expression unreadable beneath the shadows. Was his threat enough to make him hesitate? The darkness of his robe contrasted sharply against the opulent, moonlit terrace as he stood before the regal woman. The sinister character attempts to speak, his vile promise hanging in the tense air. The tension between the two men snapped as the princess interjected, her gaze fixed intently on the Viscount. The man bows with an overly enthusiastic smile, pulling the princess's attention. The tense atmosphere of the castle hallway was suddenly shattered by a single, shocked word. The meeting, clandestine and observed through the lattice of glass, continued deep into the evening. Jerome, his jaw tight with simmering obligation, looked out as the reality of his forced journey set in. The courtier confirmed the dire news, awaiting the royal command amidst the tense, dimly lit chamber. The palace structure stood quiet under the deep blue evening sky, hinting at the events that had just transpired. A sudden, silent arrival cut through the quiet night air. The evening air provided a moment of quiet contemplation after the tense conversation. The King of Drake sat, contemplating the sudden engagement revelation. The princess's composure fractured, a mix of surprise and lingering distress clouding her eyes. The weight of their shared secret hung between them under the starry expanse. Jerome's declaration, staking his power for her, left the princess breathless and flustered. The sudden appearance of a shadowy figure startled the princess as he threw his hands up defensively. His intense gaze and gesture left the princess stunned, her heart pounding faster than ever before. Jerome's candid confession left the princess momentarily flustered, clearing her throat awkwardly under the unexpected attention. His genuine distress over the situation was palpable, despite his attempts to remain composed. Daphrin, relieved by his sincere comfort, offered a gentle, almost hopeful smile in return. Daphrin's earnest sharing of her plight caused Jerome to laugh freely, finally putting her at ease. That stunning name immediately clicked in his shocked mind. The princess, now cloaked, sits regally, her reaction to the announcement masked by the heavy cowl. Her gentle concern contrasted sharply as he collapsed before her in shock. As the princess stood above him, Jerome knelt, his promise hanging heavy in the dim light. The weight of her brother's decree settled heavily upon her, leaving her with only one desperate thought. The unsettling encounter continues as Jerome, startled by her sudden appearance, seeks clarification. His calm inquiry about imposing upon her space only made the princess fluster in response. The Grand Sword Master's sudden arrival shattered the intimate moment. 3 days passed in a tense silence, the looming triple moons illuminating the night they set to meet again. 3 days passed quickly, and they met again under the glowing lamplight. Jerome, still flustered, tried to regain composure as the princess waited for his response. Her warmth, a stark contrast to his awkward blush, closed the gap between them. The envoy, Anos, offered a slightly unsettling, knowing smile, ready to press his advantage. The prince's words about the engagement were a heavy weight pressing down on her. The looming presence behind her offered a chilling counterpoint to her anxiety. Jerome watched, his concern for the princess clear in his restrained posture. Jerome's candid admissions have clearly flustered the princess. Jerome, flustered by the princess's striking presence, struggles to regain his composure after their intimate exchange. His genuine, warm smile completely disarmed her sudden apprehension. My heart thunders wildly as I stand near him, unable to meet his gaze. Her heart hammered wildly, a stark contrast to the calm she tried to project while listening to his words. The intense discussion of the forced engagement fades as the scene shifts to a sudden, heavy footfall in the nighttime courtyard. The sudden realization hit her, confirming the identity of her unexpected companion. The unsettling meeting with Jerome was interrupted by the swift arrival of the princess's escort. The escort knight, Anos, finally arrived, interrupting the tender moment between the two. The rumored Grand Sword Master, Anos, finally arrives, his imposing presence immediately drawing the princess's attention. The mage's sudden arrival was a shock, but the identity of this escort knight left Jerome completely stunned. The Grand Sword Master, Anos, has arrived to escort the princess away from Jerome. Just as Jerome began to relax, the princess's escort arrived. Under the starlit sky, their shared moment paused, the lamplight casting a soft glow. A vein twitched as the shock of Anos's arrival registered in his furious gaze. As Anos secured the princess, the menacing figures of her pursuers materialized in the shadows. A cold, piercing stare broke the tense silence following the arranged marriage announcement. Anos's crimson gaze locked onto the princess, his expression hardening with possessive intent. The shock of Anos's arrival settled in, fueling her rising frustration toward her brother's unilateral decision. Jerome stiffened, clearly frustrated by the abrupt intrusion, while Daphne clutched her chest, flustered by the sudden appearance of her escort. Anos, the rumored Grand Sword Master, has arrived, signaling the end of Jerome's unintended companionship. His composure cracked. A storm brewed behind those guarded eyes. Jerome's tense promise, sealed with his mana, visibly affected the princess. Anos's sudden arrival startled the mage, immediately shifting the mood of their quiet evening. The Grand Sword Master, Anos, had arrived to escort the princess. The grand estate stood silent under the deepening twilight, its many windows glowing softly. The princess seemed momentarily captivated by the music, drawing the attention of her gossiping companions. The dazzling hall reflected the princess's slight hesitation as she walked away. The princess worried, lost in her own anxious contemplation about the baron's suitability. The unexpected invitation caused a visible flush to spread across her face. Completely taken aback by the direct request, he extended a hand, bathed in the bright, confident glow of his ambition. The king concedes, accepting the polite, formal invitation to dance. The princess and the baron, illuminated by the ballroom's glow, continued their dance, seemingly oblivious to the concerned whispers around them. The king's direct command hung in the opulent air, demanding immediate attention from his confidant. The king, despite his initial concerns, seemed pleased with the apparent closeness between the two. He observed. Leon's eyes widened. This was clearly more dangerous than he initially assumed. Her joyous expression shone brightly, basking in the warmth of the moment. Edmund's request hung heavy in the air, demanding a palace rivaling Duke Icarus's own grandeur. The sword master's direct request left the wealthy merchant momentarily speechless. Leon's eyes hardened, grasping the gravity of the information he was being asked to uncover. The sword master returned Jerome's grim greeting with a dazzling, predatory smile. The tense atmosphere thickened as the figures glowered, radiating ominous power. Despite his fears, the weight of the secret hung heavy in the opulent room. The lingering anxiety over the princess's affection focused into a blazing, fiery stare. She fought the urge to indulge in this fleeting moment, reminding herself of necessary restraint. Edmund, the swordmaster, arrives, his reunion with Jerome marked by the stark shadows of their secretive meeting. The ethereal target appears against the bright sky, confirming its location. Despite the danger, he held his ground, ready to make his bold demands known. Jerome's realization dawns. Even the master of secrets fears investigating the Kramer family. Edmund, now a major success thanks to the sword master, greets his old ally outside the city square. The intimidating entourage finally reached their destination, motioning the way inside. Edmund, sprawled on the couch, is visited by the imposing figure who offers curt congratulations on his newfound baron title. Edmund, now an established figure, calmly sips his drink while addressing his old associate. Leon listened intently, the gravity of the request settling on his sharp profile. The sheer scale of the estate was breathtaking, dwarfing even the grandest ducal residences. Jerome, recognizing the intense favor being requested, leaned in with a nervous smile. The victim collapses, whispering the name of the organization responsible for his ordeal. He will surely defeat Icarus with the wealth I secure for him. The official confirms the new status, acknowledging the rise of the man before him. Jerome recognized the swagger of a man who had clawed his way back from the brink. Jerome, alone with his thoughts, nursed a cup while pondering the princess's strange request. Amidst the hushed tavern, the cloaked figure sat, their presence shadowed and deliberate. The sword master confronts the implications of noble rank, challenging the entitlement it suggests. Even in the dark, his eyes held a chilling focus, a silent resolve hardening his features. The mysterious figure, cloaked and seated, remained shadowed against the brilliant window light. The intense planning session continues, the atmosphere thick with unspoken ambition and shadow. Jerome's cheerful banter quickly turned to the serious nature of the assignment. Jerome, the information broker, leans in intensely as the swordmaster awaits his reply. The promise of vast resources was finally revealed, overflowing with dazzling gold and jewels. The dangerous inquiry into the Miller family death continues, confirming the high stakes involved. That chilling smile confirmed Jerome recognized the danger lurking in the Kramer case. The informant paused, his hands clasped in a gesture of deep concern, the weight of the Kramer family's secret pressing upon him. The true danger of this forgotten case settled heavily upon him. The swordmaster approached the table, his own rugged appearance a stark contrast to the opulent world he now inhabited. The chilling silence confirms the grim reality. The mystery demands answers. The conversation with Edmund, the wealthy merchant, shifts instantly to business. The gravity of the situation settles in as the sheer force of the blow connects. The informant, cloaked and intense, waited for the swordmaster's next command. A frustrated sound escaped him as he rubbed his tied hair, perhaps already dreading the task ahead. Jerome watched the swordmaster step away, his mind already on the assignment he just accepted. Jerome's smooth facade cracked, the weight of the request finally registering. The mood shifts as the swordmaster settles into the dim tavern, a single candle illuminating his weary posture. His expression hardened. The danger of the Kramer case was now clear. The true danger lay hidden, known only to those who dared to investigate the long-buried tragedy. Edmund finished revealing the dark conspiracy, pointing to the sprawling city where Duke Icarus held sway. Edmund, reading notes, waits while the white-haired man observes the room. Before the darkness of his past, a young Miller stood small, framed by the looming shadows of his lost parents. Edmund's revelation about Duke Icarus's involvement leaves the listener utterly stunned. The feast ended abruptly. A moment of shared luxury turned into a scene of tragedy, stained with spilled wine. Only Miller, the second son of Count Kramer, had narrowly escaped the poisoning 10 years prior. Edmund awaits Miller's reaction, the grave truth of Duke Icarus hanging heavy in the air. The initial culprit, Baron Gideon, was merely a pawn in a much larger game. Edmund, having revealed Duke Icarus as the true villain, waited for Miller's reaction. The masked man's eyes burned red as he revealed the true mastermind behind the tragedy. The chapter opens on a stark, ominous canvas beneath a crimson, triple moon sky. The critical blow struck home, the impact accompanied by a sickening, wet sound. The impact was absolute, sealing Miller's failed attempt at instant vengeance. Fueled by righteous fury, Miller swore to complete his decade-long quest. The arrival of Edmund and his companion interrupts the quiet aftermath of Miller's swift defeat. Edmund watched the reaction, his own gaze intense as he delivered the shocking truth. Edmund stood there, grappling with the devastating truth about Duke Icarus. This vile vessel, stained by the echoes of patricide, symbolizes the dark truth behind the poisoning. Edmund's sharp appraisal confirmed his earlier suspicion. Miller possessed truly outstanding, untamed talent. Edmund, stunned by Miller's unexpected skill, could only stare in disbelief. Edmund watched the young master collapse, his intense gaze still fixed on the defeated Miller. Edmund watches as the young master, driven by vengeance, turns toward the blinding light of his target. Despite his defeat, Miller's rage burns, his eye glowing with sheer, agonizing frustration. Miller's raw, desperate strike landed, silencing the master swordsman in an instant. The towering figure of Edmund finally stepped into view, his presence dwarfing the surroundings. The master craftsman, assessing his victory, showed a grim satisfaction. Edmund addresses the enraged Miller, who is consumed by his need for vengeance. The aftermath of Miller's sudden incapacitation left the onlookers utterly stunned. Edmund's eyes, burning with icy focus, confirmed the devastating truth of Miller's raw talent. The shocking revelation of Duke Icarus's involvement ignites Miller's righteous fury into action. Edmund unleashed his full power, his body engulfed in an aura of intense purple energy. Despite his defeat, Miller's fierce intent ignited, his body trembling with residual energy. The sheer force of the strike erupted in a blinding, shattering wave of purple energy. The swift strike connected, sending the opponent reeling back amidst a violent surge of purple energy. However, Edmund's true intention for teaching Miller remained shrouded in mystery. The calculated strike landed, a blinding burst of energy confirming the hit. The impact of the blow was severe, forcing a raw, agonizing cough from the defeated young master. The powerful strike landed true, sending Miller crashing down with a sickening thud. The shock of defeat hits Miller instantly, leaving him momentarily paralyzed on the floor. The impact resonates through his body, each strike landing precisely on a vital point. The raw power of his opponent's silent arrival startled the defeated Miller. Even after being swiftly defeated, the truth remains. Duke Icarus is Miller's true target. Edmund's eyes widened, hearing the desperate plea for help from someone named Eschild. The shock of impact registered on his face as the blow connected perfectly. The unconscious Miller now lay helpless as Edmund loomed over him, awaiting his response. The swift, calculated strike landed, and Miller collapsed with a heavy thud. Edmund, having revealed the depth of Icarus's conspiracy, is now left stunned by the outcome of the duel. The master swordsman watched Miller collapse, his swift strike incapacitating the determined young master. Edmund watched the young master, his expression a mixture of grim resolution and paternal concern. The guildmaster surveyed the unconscious Miller with a grim assessment. Drawn into the maw of absolute darkness, Miller confronts his monstrous challenge. Edmund presented his findings on Icarus, revealing the Duke's manipulative involvement in both guild destructions. Edmund calmly examined the small, glowing object he held, the alarm signaling something unexpected. While recovering, Miller's plea for help was immediately followed by a desperate whisper about the cold. Meanwhile, a distressed voice cut through the silence, pleading for help. Edmund looked down, the chilling message from Eschild shocking him to his core. The blinding impact of the failed strike echoes as a bewildered subordinate calls out to his master. The force of the strike sends Miller flying backward through the structure. Edmund's warning was too late. Miller, blinded by rage, was intent on immediate retribution. Shivering in the cold darkness, Eschild desperately tried to use the remaining energy in her small flask. The sudden, violent confrontation erupted with a shocking force. The king's declaration echoed, trapping Blizzard within the palace walls as the physical restraint began. Blizzard's enraged thoughts boiled over, directed squarely at the source of his frustration. Even as the search concluded, the chill of the location was unmistakable to the listener. Suddenly, a raw, primal energy erupts, the glowing eye suggesting a deep, startling reaction. The Grand Council convenes, setting the stage for the next political maneuver. The search finally yielded results as a location was pinpointed. Frantically, he slammed into the cold, locked door, screaming for Eschild. The intense cold of the room caused a visible, rattling tremor around the helpless figure. The terrifying cold leads him to a familiar, yet chilling, structure, where he finally finds a small figure. The sound of the lock clicking echoed sharply in the cold room, causing the princess to react with alarm. The desperate urgency of the rescue gave way to a chilling command. Tend to the hatchling or forfeit everything. Relieved, she clutched the communication stone, confirming the rescue. The king let out a breath, a final, cold pronouncement on his victory. A physical reaction, a startled closeness as the rescue finishes. The intense relief and promise were spoken aloud, a vow never to lose her again. Even as the king declared his victory, a chilling smile bloomed across the shadowed face. A sharp crack echoed as the two of them finally saw the chillingly cold, glowing wyvern eggs resting on the small table. The princess, safe but shaken, stood beside her rescuer as the words hung silently between them. The viscous membrane finally yields, and the hatchling emerges, covered in shimmering fluid. The relieved princess watched as the tiny wyvern tumbled out, prompting her startled query. The princess, thoroughly relieved, gently wipes the newly hatched wyvern clean. The king's gloating continued, pressing his advantage now that Blizzard was constrained. The newly appointed Viscount Blizzard is greeted with a strained, enthusiastic welcome. The tiny ice wyvern, now clean, rested contentedly in her arms, secured as its surrogate mother. The happy squeal of the hatchling cemented the bond, recognizing her as its true mother. The princess beamed, cherishing the tiny, newly hatched ice wyvern. The terrifying nature of the ritual was then explained, detailing how the mucus would ensure the hatchling recognized her. The newborn wyvern, fluffy and small, observed the chick with wide, curious eyes. His satisfied, chilling smile promised that this small victory was merely the beginning of the trap. The princess beamed, utterly delighted by the small, warm creature now licking her face. With the hatchling safely claimed, the immediate focus shifted to giving the new wyvern its identity. Watching the quiet courtyard, Blizzard felt the trap closing around him. The formal conferral ceremony concluded. The Grand Council was immediately proclaimed. The imposing throne room stood ready, bathed in harsh, judgmental light. The conferral ceremony concludes, and the Grand Council is immediately proclaimed. The formal conferral ceremony then began immediately following the wyvern's acceptance. The gavel slams down, signaling the formal commencement of the Grand Council. The Grand Hall, filled with nobles, buzzed with anticipation and low murmurs. The king, draped in his regal furs, addressed the assembly, ready to decree the next phase of his plan. The nomination was swiftly put forth, seemingly prearranged. The nobles watched, expectant, as the council's first contentious vote began. The king's calculation was clear. The atmosphere in the Grand Council was heavy with expectation. The king settled back, his thoughts clearly churning as the assembly awaited his unspoken decision. The conspirators watched with barely concealed malice as Blizzard's fate was sealed. The king asserted his authority, framing the small council seat as both an honor and a golden cage. The whispers of manipulation continued as the king's faction secured their victory. The king's silent assent cemented the Viscount's forced elevation into the inner circle. Amidst the silent political maneuvering, even this lord could only muster weak assent. His subtle agreement sealed the nomination, confirming the factions at play. The king watched from his opulent throne, his self-satisfaction palpable. He believed Blizzard was now caught in his web. The tension hangs heavy as the council members silently absorbed the implications. The king's hidden agenda became clear. Blizzard was trapped by his new position. The king congratulates Viscount Blizzard, raising his poisoned glass with cold, calculated malice. The king's trap was set, his dominion looming large beneath countless watchful, crimson eyes. Struggle all you want, Blizzard. The harder you fight, the tighter the spiderweb around your neck becomes.